and beginning the meeting.
Thank you. All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to a meeting of the Mayor and Council of Princeton, October 25th, 2021. And we'll start with the meeting statement.
Notice of this meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act and state regulations governing remote public meetings, including the time, date, and location of the meeting, and clear and concise instructions to the public for accessing the meeting and making comments. In addition, the agenda and all related materials were posted electronically and made available to the public on Princeton's meeting portal in advance of the meeting.
Thank you, Dolores. Can we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Ms. Perrone-Lambros, Ms. Niedergang,
Here.
Mr. Cohen,
Here.
Ms. Fraga,
Here.
Mr. Williamson,
Here.
Ms. Sachs,
Here.
Mayor Frida.
Here. Thank you.
You're
We
welcome.
have a number of minutes to approve, 10 sets of minutes, actually, July through September. Eve, go ahead, please.
This is really a question for Dolores because it's been a long time since I've done that. I was absent for several of those meetings. So how do I, what's the best way to handle the approval of minutes when I was only there for some of the meetings?
Okay, so you can say, if you're making the motion to approve the ones that you were present, and you can state the ones that you were not present, you're just gonna abstain.
Okay. Can I do it the reverse? Can I say the one that I wasn't at?
Yes,
Actually
that's
versus
fine.
Well,
Yes.
well, someone who was here for all the meetings make the motion, right?
That's
And-
fine. It doesn't
But-
matter who makes it.
Okay, but how do I handle not,
I don't know.
that's what
Maybe.
my question was.
So someone just needs to make a motion to approve the minutes. Eve, you can say, I, except for the following ones, which I abstain.
Perfect. I will do that. So would somebody like to make a motion?
David, thank you. Is
I
there a
will move
second?
approving them. Yeah.
Is there a second to move the minutes? Leticia, thank you very much.
That's my
Okay.
cue.
Yes, Eve, why don't you go first?
I approve all the minutes except for July 26, 27, 29, and August 9th. Thank you.
Right, those are the ones you're abstaining on.
And
Okay.
let me add, I believe I was absent part of the March 8th meeting, so I'll abstain from March 8th.
March 8th,
Wait, no, March, what am I looking at here?
I don't know.
Forget I said that. I was looking at, no, forget I said that. Forget I said that.
The jury will disregard, Dwayne.
Disregard, you know what happened? No, I
Okay.
won't explain it. I won't explain it.
Good. Thank you for
Yeah, I
not.
mean, I meant something else, but we'll forget it.
All right.
That's what happens when you're in court all day and then you come to a council meeting. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Is everyone else prepared to vote aye on all of these, or does anyone else need to abstain from any of these? Okay, if not, could the remaining council members, since Eve's already made it clear what she had to do, is if everyone else is voting aye for all of them, could you say aye?
Aye.
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 Thank you very much. All right, so we got through the minutes. Thank you. Announcements and reports. Council Leticia?
Yes, so I have one brief combination announcement and report. On the last Saturday, October 16th, a couple of boards, commissions, and committees representing Civil Rights Commission and the Affordable Housing Board participated in the Engage Princeton event that was hosted by the Princeton Public Library at the shopping center. And as part of engaging with the public about the work of the BCCs, we were also recruiting to fill vacancies that we have on the Civil Rights Commission, on the Human Services Commission, and also coming up on the Affordable Housing Board. So we just want to encourage everyone who's interested in local government to go onto the website, municipal website, and apply. If you're interested in those commissions, which we know have vacancies, to also check off on others that there may be of interest, because we expect there may be other vacancies that we'll need to fill in the near future. So just encourage everyone to go online and apply there. Also, I wanted to report and announce the Permanent Parking Task Force met earlier this week to continue with our planning and discussion for a community meeting that we've already set a date that will take place on November 20th, which is on a Saturday. This will be at 10 a.m., where we are going to be soliciting more feedback of some recommendations that the task force will be making, but we'll first bring to council, hopefully at the council meeting of November 22nd during a work session, so that we can also seek input from other members of council and more feedback from the public before we move forward on our recommendations. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Eve?
Thanks. I wanted to piggyback a little bit on Leticia's announcement about our boards, commissions, and committees, to say that the Environmental Commission is also looking for somebody, preferably with a background in architecture or planning. And also, Leticia, can I impose upon you to make a statement that the only section of the meeting that's going to be translated is the part that would you mind saying in Spanish that the part of the meeting that's going to be translated is the sustainable landscaping, just so that people know that it's not the entire meeting that would be available in the Spanish language channel.
Certainly. Para personas del público que están aquí, para que estamos considerando una ordinance, ¿cómo se dice ordinance en español? Michelle, ¿tú sabes?
No tengo una idea.
¿No tienes idea? Para una ordinance, sustainable landscaping es la única que vamos a ofrecer traducción en español, pero el resto es solamente en inglés. Gracias.
Okay. Michelle, did you have your hand up for announcements?
No, thank you. If everyone's done. So a couple of things. First of all, I just I want to announce that our fire chief, T.R. Johnson, has resigned from the fire department. And I just want to say that his leadership and dedication to volunteers and for our community is greatly appreciated. On behalf of myself, the council, the fire department, we just would like to thank him for his service. He'll be missed. I also want to thank our arborist, Taylor Sapudar, and Deanna Stockton and her engineering team for overseeing the rain garden planting and the wall completion at the fueling station. It's great to see this project done. It looks lovely. And the last thing I want to mention is, very importantly, the Economic Development Committee has requested from the engineering department a breakdown and timeline for the construction projects that are going to happen in the Central Business District. So the EDC's regular meeting, which will be held on this Wednesday at 12 noon, will include a briefing by the engineering team. So any parties that are interested, particularly businesses that will be affected in the area, are welcome to attend the briefing. Thank you. That's it.
Thanks, Michelle. And I just want to give a shout out to Public Works, because Public Works is actually the people that planted all those plantings around the fuel station. So, David?
Yeah, I just want to make a quick announcement about the Neighborhood Buddy Initiative. We're working with the Emergency Planning Department to get better support, staff support for the Buddy Initiative. I've received several requests for support recently, and in reaching out to volunteers who've signed up to help, a lot of people, the list is old and not entirely up to date. So what I'm asking is that folks who have volunteered in the past to help with the Buddy Initiative, I'm going to send out an email in the coming week just to check and see whether you're still around and interested in participating. And if people could please respond to that, it would really help us to get our database up to date. And for anybody who has not volunteered, please realize that the Buddy Initiative was not just about COVID. We have vulnerable individuals in our community who need help in times like when we had Tropical Storm Ida. We have a winter coming up when I know we'll have snow and down tree limbs and road closures and so forth. So if you would be willing to put your name forward, there's a volunteer form on the Human Services webpage to sign up. So thank you.
Thank you, David. Other council announcements or reports? Dwayne?
Yeah, sorry for that, Mark. That date was on my mind for something else. That's why it's been on my mind all day. I believe it was the August 23rd is the minutes I saw, which I believe I wasn't here for the whole thing. That's what I was referring to. Anyway, as far as announcements, Recreation, Princeton Recreation Department has hired a familiar face, Assistant Director Joel Maroli, if I'm pronouncing his last name right. He's the former program supervisor at Princeton Recreation Department. And of course, now he'll be the new assistant director. He was the program supervisor back from 2011 to 2017. So he has a lot of experience and familiarity already with Princeton Recreation. Also, 75 teens and adults attended the adaptive Halloween dance party held at the Community Park Pool Complex back on October 15th. There'll be another adaptive dance for Princetonians of all different abilities on November 12th. The last thing is some pretty vocal members of our community have been coming to the Recreation Board talking about pickleball. So pickleball is now on the Princeton Recreation Board's radar screen, so to speak. So there may be pickleball in Princeton's future, but of course there's a lot of things that need to be done regarding that, but just want to let the members of the public who are interested in pickleball know that Recreation knows, is considering that. Lastly, this is somewhat tangentially related to Princeton affordable housing, where I'm the liaison to, but just wanted to give a shout out to Ed Truschelli and the Princeton Community Housing Group for their groundbreaking October 15th on the 25 new affordable units that they're building. So that's it.
Thank you, Dwayne. Other council announcements or reports? Yeah, Mia.
Yep, 3 announcements. One, for those who don't know, the town, the planning board and the university reached an agreement on the Prospect Avenue planned, I think it's called the Theorist Pavilion, which will be an exciting new scientific research facility, and special thanks to our administrator and to our planner, Michael Laplace, who helped come up with a good compromise solution on that. And thank you to the university for working with the town to listen to our residents and come up with a solution that works well for both sides. Secondly, for those of you who have been following our very slow, but hopefully forward progress towards creating dog recreation areas, areas, at the next council meeting, there will be a work session of council to talk about creating a dog park and or special designated off-leash areas at certain times of day. So if you're interested in that issue, make sure to come and share your perspectives at the next council meeting. And the third item, a huge swath of municipal operations involves the maintenance of our infrastructure and the planning for our infrastructure. And I feel like in the last year or so, we haven't given as frequent updates. So I've asked Deanna to just give a general overview tonight of where we are with infrastructure and operations. And I'm hoping that we'll have more frequent updates on what's happening in those areas. So go ahead, Deanna.
Thank you, Mia. Just a few updates for council. In coordination with the Office of Emergency Management, Engineering and Public Works, we're working today to prepare the stormwater system for the upcoming nor'easter. I see that a nixle went out. Thank you, Chief Morgan. But we just want to ask residents to check the storm drains in front of their houses. And if there are some leaves clogging them tomorrow, please help us help you by cleaning those inlets so that there's no leaves on them. We also reached out to all of the individual site contractors and our municipal contractors to make sure that everybody was ready for this upcoming storm. Today, our contractor started the emergency repair work on Rosedale Road. And just for background, Rosedale Road is a county road, but by state law, the municipality is responsible for everything outside the pavement on the roadway. So our contractor is there making the Tropical Storm Ida repairs. It's anticipated to take about 3 weeks. We are also in receipt of a draft report about Princeton's brush and leaf program. This was something that council had supported a contract with DeFeo and Associates to look at our program. So we are reviewing the draft report and we'll be working with the I&O committee and the liaisons to finalize it before it comes to council. Lastly, we have received a draft access permit from New Jersey Department of Transportation for our Witherspoon Street project, which is good news. They have accepted what we submitted for the access report and our mitigation of the changes to traffic with the one-way operation. So we are looking to come to council on November 8th to give you an update of where we are after our last discussion on the project. That's it.
Thank you, Deanna. Any other council? Bernie, anything you want to bring up?
Just that Deanna kind of mentioned it, but just so everyone knows, we are under a flash flood watch beginning at 8 o'clock this evening for about the next 24 hours. We're expecting 2 to 4 inches, possibly more. So please do not drive through water that's deep. But that's starting at 8 o'clock tonight, and there'll be a significant amount of rain through the morning. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you very much. David?
And I'll just add to that, please do not drive around barriers that have been placed by our Public Works Department indicating roadways that should not be driven on.
Thank you. Okay. Sandy, I believe you have a best practices inventory presentation.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor. So this is the 12th year that we're doing the best practices inventory. We have been doing this inventory since 2010. It gives the state an assessment of whether we're hitting on the best practices, in terms of financial, and there's personnel that's covered in here, budget questions, capital project questions, and this year, the total questions were 48. It was down about 12 from last year. So we have to maintain a yes answer or a not applicable answer in order to get credit on these questions. And the reason this is critical is because if we fall below a certain threshold, then the state withholds part of our state aid. And so again, this year, I'm happy to say that we are still going to receive 100% of our state aid. The questions this year covered core competencies, it covered best practices, and there were a host of unscored survey questions on here. The one question that I did want to point out that we did answer no to, which was the only point that we lost, was the fact that our personnel manual has not been updated in 3 years. And we last updated ours on September 24th, and this inventory came out a couple days later. So we were just a few days short. But I know that there's some changes that the Joint Insurance Fund is making, and they're recommending that we update our personnel manual. So that may be something we will see in the next couple of months or early next year. So That's my report. If anyone has any questions, I would be glad to entertain them. Otherwise, we have met our statutory requirement by discussing this at a public meeting.
Eve?
I just want to thank our wonderful CFO, Sandy, who, is definitely a big part of the reason we have such a good bond rating, and whose, practices are meticulous and always meet the highest standards. So thank you so much. It's nice. I know we're supposed to keep an eye on things, and we do, but it's nice to not have to worry, about what you're doing as much as we might, someone who was, a little less careful and meticulous. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sandy. Do we have anything else under announcements and reports? Okay. Next item up is we have a proclamation for Community of Lights 2021 Women's Space. So let me read that. Whereas it is the policy of the municipality of Princeton to recognize organizations that have contributed to the overall benefit of the community. And whereas Women's Space, founded in 1977, has demonstrated a unique ability to provide comfort, support services, crisis intervention, and safety to women who are victims of sexual assault and domestic violence. And whereas Women's Space, in the belief that peace begins at home, has asked the Mercer County community to join them in their struggle against violence towards women by participating in their annual Communities of Light project. And whereas Women's Space has provided emergency shelter in secure locations and comprehensive services for victims of domestic violence since 1977 and sexual assault since 2002 for more than 89,777 women, 15,279 children, and 6,566 men. Additionally, Women's Space has assisted more than 290,782 hotline callers over the last 44 years. And whereas the municipality of Princeton commends Women's Space for their efforts to bring an end to the cycle of interpersonal violence imposed on women, children, and men. And whereas, as mayor of the municipality of Princeton, I urge that each and every household demonstrate their support of the concept that peace begins at home by placing luminaries along their driveway and sidewalks on Monday, December 6, 2021, as a visible symbol of that support. And whereas the proceeds from Communities of Light 2021 will be used to fund vital services for victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. Now, therefore, I, Mark Frieda, Mayor of the Municipality of Princeton, County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, do hereby proclaim December 6, 2021 as Communities of Light Day, and hereby honor Women's Space on its many accomplishments and wish them continued success with Communities of Light in the years to come. And I would just like to comment that former Borough Mayor Barbara Sigmund was also in on the inception of Women's Space. And so it's something that this community has supported since their very beginning. So I hope we can, everybody watching, and can continue to do so again this year. So thank you very much for that. Next up on the agenda, we have a public hearing of assessment 21-330, resolution confirming ordinance 2019-22, which established a local improvement assessment against benefited property owners on Worth's Mill Lane and Hale Drive for the installation of curbing in Lower Heatherstone. Deanna, are you jumping in on this one, or?
I can definitely give you background on this one. So in 2019, council passed the ordinance to establish a assessment against properties on Worth's Mill and Hale Drive. We have standards regarding the placement of curbing on roadways, and these two roadways did not meet the standards. So state law allows that a local improvement assessment be created against the benefited property owners. We worked closely with the homeowners association to establish the method of equally distributing the assessment against the property owners for two components. There's a portion of the roadways that are adjacent to common open space that is owned by the neighborhood association. And then you have individual properties. So the way it was set up is that all 16 private property owners would be assessed for their equal portion of the common open space curb cost, and then the assessment against the individual property owners that requested curbing would then be equally shared. So when we put the ordinance in place, we had 13 property owners that wanted their frontage curbed. And while we were in the process of construction, one additional property owner came forward requesting the curbing. So because we had the assessment in place already with the open space cost, we were able to just add them in for the frontage curbing. So where the original assessment was expected to be about $6,600, the final cost from after construction is just over $6,500 for the assessment per property, where they have the frontage curbing. Where they only have the common space assessment, it's still roughly right around $1,200 per property.
Thank you, Deanna.
Mhm.
Any council questions on this? David?
I just want to clarify. So it sounds like there's not curbing along the entire roadway, that it's intermittent based on which property owners requested curbing?
No, actually, we had existing curbing at the very end of, I think it's Hale Drive. And so they did not participate in replacing their existing concrete curb with Belgian block curbing. So I think I have to double check the map that we've included in the agenda packet. But
Page 95. I think.
Yes, thank you. Got it open here. Just double checking. It looks like yes, so we have curbing everywhere. It's just a matter that some people have concrete curbing that was original to the development versus the new Belgian block.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay. I see there's 4 people in the public that have their hands up already, but I'd like to ask, are there any members of the public that have a question on this particular item? So if you don't on this item, could you just lower your hand for a second so we can get anyone that has a question on this specific item? Okay, Adam, I see 2 hands up. So let's bring in the first person and we can make sure that this is the topic they want to talk on.
Okay, Mayor, bringing in Gerardo.
Gerardo, just for the sake of this and for everybody from the public coming in, if you could just say your name, if you could just say your name and your address and then whatever your comment.
Necesito un traductor. Yo tengo una propuesta y la tengo en español. No sé si habrá un traductor.
Yeah, Leticia, do you want to do that, or you want me
We
to?
have an
I want
interpreter.
someone to interpret.
We have an interpreter,
Yeah.
actually.
Ella?
You have an interpreter?
Yeah,
Yes.
so the interpreter is going to help us with the ordinance on the leaf blowers and other landscaping equipment. which
Okay,
will-
la propuesta, no, mi propuesta es porque tengo una visión de que para la salud de las personas que,
Okay.
que toman lunch o
Perdóneme.
toman comidas en Witherspoon entre
Ella?
Nassau Street y
Ella?
Hamilton.
Disculpe, señor. Ahorita solamente estamos tomando comentarios sobre el tema que está aquí sobre unas propiedades, pero aparte vamos a tomar comentario para cosas que no están en la agenda. Quizás se quiere esperar para eso.
Ok. Sí, señora, yo tengo una propuesta que para mí es muy fundamental.
Muy bien, entonces nos esperamos hasta la parte de la agenda donde estamos tomando comentario sobre temas que no están en la agenda.
Oh, ok, gracias.
So just for clarification for everybody else, his comment is for items that are not on the agenda. So I suggested that he may want to wait until then.
Yep,
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
no problem. We'll get you back in a minute. or two.
okay, yeah, okay.
Thank you, Leticia.
Permiso para hablar. Eso.
All right, Adam, could we try the next person and see if they have a comment on the item, the assessment hearing?
Eso es,
Yes, Mayor, we're bringing over Kat.
Good evening, Council. My name is Chris Evans. I'm here with my wife, Susan, 106 Worths Mill Lane. We are benefited residents of the work that was recently completed. And I don't have a question per se on the assessment, but rather a comment/statement. I don't know if the contractor has already been paid in full for the work that they performed. But in my and my wife's opinion, they should not have been, because we deem the job incomplete. And I'm hoping that we have other residents that benefited on this meeting right now hearing this, and that they can back me up, that the contractor did an unsatisfactory job of backfilling our properties that were disrupted during the work, specifically at the curbing, anything that was on the resident side of the curbing. They backfilled with unsatisfactory fill or material. Chunks of asphalt on my property specifically are part of what they backfilled with. And they also did a poor job of reseeding for grass to grow in those sections. And this extends probably about maybe 5 to 6 feet, if not more, on at least my property, and I'm assuming on all the other residents' properties. So again, the comments, statement is we deem the work incomplete, and we hope that the contractor has not been paid in full yet.
Okay, thank you. Deanna, are we aware of?
Yep, we're aware of it. We've been working with the Homeowners Association, and we have been working with the contractor. He is not paid in full. We've always had a challenge with establishing topsoil and seed on projects, and it does often take a couple of seasons for us, but we do have right now we're still in performance with the contractor, so we haven't released that. And then we do have a 2-year maintenance bond with the contractor. So if there are, if anything does show up within that 2 years after we release the bond, we can follow up then. But we'll be in touch, Christopher, and we'll resolve this issue with the contractor.
Thank you very much, Deanna, and thank you, Council.
Sure, thank you. Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. If there's no other council questions, would someone like to make a motion on this resolution? Michelle, thank you. David has a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay. All right, now we have public comments for items not on the agenda. And just a reminder, when you come on, 3-minute limit, please say your name and your address. And again, this is for items not on the agenda. If you want to talk about something that is on the agenda, just wait till we get to it, and then you can talk then. Okay, Adam, can we bring in the first person?
Yes, bringing over Wendy.
Thank you. This is Wendy Mager. I reside at 459 Cherry Hill Road in Princeton, and I'm the president of Friends of Princeton Open Space. I just wanted to comment on 2 things. One is back around 2015, I chaired the Passive Open Space Advisory Committee, and this included representatives from many local nonprofits and organizations that help take care of our open space here in town. One of our primary recommendations was for the hiring of an open space manager. And so, speaking on behalf of all our members, we are delighted to learn that the township has selected a candidate to hire for this position, who is expected to start very soon. This is going to be a wonderful addition to the town staff to have somebody whose focus and whose brief is to look after our open space. So that's very wonderful news. I also wanted to mention that the county has released its return on environment study, which can be found on the county website. And this study chronicles the economic benefits of preserving open space. For example, it finds that preserved open space supports 980 jobs in Mercer County, which generate $104 million a year in economic activity. And that on the environmental front, we save, for example, $96 million a year from the water supply replenishment, water quality improvement, flood mitigation, pollution removal, and carbon storage in trees that we otherwise might have to do artificially if it weren't being done by our open space. So those are just a couple of the benefits that are mentioned in the report. I encourage everybody to take a look at it. And lastly, I just want to say that, of course, both of these points relate to the wonderful news over the weekend that the largest tract of open space remaining undeveloped in Princeton is going to be preserved. And I want to thank the mayor and council and administrator Hosdovic for putting your muscle behind our master plan and our climate action plan and making this wonderful development possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Wendy. Adam, can we bring in the next person?
Yes, bringing over Naomi.
Hi there, my name is Naomi Hess. I am a student at Princeton University. I designated an exact address, you can call it 205 Elm Drive. So I'm a senior here and I use a wheelchair. So I've been following some of the discussions that are being held about Witherspoon Street and the proposed renovations. And I just want to make sure that you consider accessibility in these renovations. As it currently exists, the sidewalk is often rather narrow and hard to navigate in my wheelchair. Additionally, I did a journalism project a couple years ago that looked into accessibility of stores and restaurants along Nassau and Witherspoon Streets. And some of the businesses said the reason that they couldn't add a ramp into the main entrance was because the sidewalk was too narrow to fulfill what the Americans with Disabilities Act says about the requirements for ramps. So I just wanted to offer up some of these experiences and say that I hope that you're considering widening the sidewalk or just making sure that people with disabilities will hopefully have more access as you make these important renovations to the street. Thank you.
Thanks, Naomi. I can tell you that is a very high priority. The sidewalks will be wider. Our engineer, Deanna, do you want to jump in with any other details?
Yeah, the sidewalks will be wider. We will be creating
Deanna.
ADA compliant
Microphone.
crosswalks. Sorry, thank you. We will be creating ADA compliant crosswalks and ramps. We thank you for pointing out about the businesses, and Councilwoman Lambros, maybe we can add that to our discussion with the business owners on Witherspoon Street, because that with our wider sidewalks, that does give businesses an opportunity to consider some ramps and other changes. And Naomi, please, if you ever have a few free moments as a senior at Princeton University and want to give to our community, please reach out to me, and we would love an opportunity to walk around town with you and get your perspective.
Yeah, me too. Thank you. Thank you for that perspective, Naomi.
Yeah, thank you. I'd definitely love to be involved in these conversations moving forward. I know I'm a senior and I probably will not stick around Princeton, but I'd love to see improvements going forward for anyone who has access needs.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Naomi. Thanks,
Appreciate
Deanna. Okay. I don't see any other hands up right now.
May I invite, if he's still on here, Mr.
Gerardo?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did he want to talk about the leaf blower ordinance?
No, that's why I
No.
said it's for items that are not on the agenda. Para
Oh,
el
I
señor
see.
Ramírez, si todavía está escuchando y quiere comentar lo que empezó a comentar antes, ahora es el momento donde usted lo invitamos a que levante su mano si es que quiere comentar. I see he's still on here.
Yeah, there he is. Adam, can you bring Gerardo back in?
Yes, Mayor, no problem.
I thought he was, okay.
Yo tengo una propuesta. Yo vivo en Lawrenceville, pero tengo negocios en Princeton. Tengo customers en Princeton y tomo desayuno, almuerzo y comidas en Princeton con mi familia y amigos. No puedo ir a unos restaurantes sobre Witherspoon porque pienso que la contaminación de los carros es muy mala para la salud de las personas que comen en estos restaurantes a la orilla de Witherspoon. Mi propuesta es que cierren y la conviertan en una vía peatonal.
All right. So should
Lo
I?
mismo que las áreas aledañas que tengan negocios. Que
Sí,
Okay.
Señor,
Gracias.
¿le puede dar momento a que le hagan, will our Spanish interpreter be able to?
Or do you want us just to
Sí.
interpret it? I mean, basically, he has a proposal to say that Witherspoon Street should be closed because he lives in Lawrenceville, but he comes to eat a lot on Witherspoon Street, and Witherspoon Street would be really good if it were pedestrian. So that would be better for everyone's health. If I can ad lib a little bit, but if we have someone who wants to give a word by word translation. But did I get most of that, Leticia?
Yes, he did. And he's specifically referring to the traffic and the cars, fumes from the cars for those who are eating outdoors. Because the public that is eating outdoors are being impacted by that.
Yeah.
Si quiere seguir más, señor, ¿tenía algo más?
No, la propuesta básica mía es esa, que el municipio puede sacar económicamente una ventaja en ese sentido, regulando como vía peatonal y vía de negocios afuera de los edificios. Entonces, es bueno para la salud de las personas que comen en estos sitios y están haciendo compras en estos sitios, porque para mí la vía más habitada, sobre todo en tiempos de verano y ahora en tiempos de Navidad, es Witherspoon y todo lo que está alrededor de todos estos restaurantes que hay ahí.
Gracias.
Entonces, que hagan comercial y peatonal todas esas vías alrededor del hotel y de Witherspoon.
Sí, muchas gracias, señor, por su comentario.
Can I say a few words?
Yes,
in
go ahead.
response?
Go
Okay.
ahead.
To Gerardo, so I'll speak in Spanish. Gerardo, muchas gracias. Estoy muy de acuerdo con todo lo que usted está diciendo. Y nosotros tenemos la propuesta de hacer Witherspoon cerrado o one way casi todo el tiempo. Nosotros estamos muy de acuerdo con usted. Y gracias mucho por toda su opinión y por compartir con nosotros esta noche. Gracias.
Gracias a ustedes por oír la propuesta.
Gracias.
Gracias, señor. Well done, Michelle. Impressive.
Muy amable.
Thanks. A little bit on the spur of the moment there. Thanks.
Okay, so that was all of Gerardo's comments about preferring the
Yeah.
closed off? Okay,
Just said I agreed.
okay, thank you. Adam, can we bring in the next person?
Yes, bringing over Mimi.
Hey, my name's Mimi Omasinski. I live at 98 Nassau Street at the corner of Nassau Street and Witherspoon. I actually sent a message late this afternoon requesting this be added during this portion. So sorry if it didn't get to the right people. I just want an update on trash collection in the Central Business District. I've spoken with some of you directly and just curious what the update is.
Okay, so what is your question just overall? How do we collect trash? Or I'm sorry, Mimi, I don't think I've seen the communication, so I'm not sure how exactly to answer the question.
I sent a text to several folks a couple of weeks ago on a Friday. I thought I included you on there. Basically, it's just, it appears as though, I know some things have gotten better over the last couple of days. Some of that was conversations I had with individual merchants who just weren't aware that some of the concerns that were happening. Yeah, I'm curious, like, what is the schedule for the Central Business District in terms of pickup? And given that takeout, is it an uptake? Given that we know there's going to be even more people visiting, there's activities that are being proposed regarding bringing additional activities and even structures downtown during the holidays that could create, you know, more crowds. I'm just curious, I'm as we're looking at being business friendly and all those things, you know, I'm hoping that there's going to be parity in terms of emphasizing keeping it somewhat hygienic. So yeah, an update, I guess.
Okay, Mimi, I did find your text, sorry, from September 29th originally.
Okay. And I responded, Mayor, if you want me to just briefly say that, you know, the Economic Development Committee is working on this and we're working in joint contact with the Public Works Department. I told you that there were 2 pickups per day and that the EDC members have gone out and spoken to business owners, property owners, and we're pushing back to try and get as much cooperation between the business community to, you know, be aware of the fact that those trash bins are for public use and not for residents and not for their own trash. So we are working on it, Mimi, but why don't we say, let's continue the conversation on Wednesday at the Economic Development Committee. I'd like to take it back and have a follow-up after this month of working on it. It should have improved, but if it hasn't, we need to do more work. And I appreciate your bringing it up. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Mimi. All right, Adam, can we bring in the next person?
Yes, Mayor, bringing over Sophie.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Sophie Glovier. I reside at 68 Drake's Corner Road, and I am the Assistant Policy Director at the Watershed Institute. I know we've already spoken about it this evening as preparations are made for the storm tomorrow, but our town is experiencing severe issues with flooding. And in my role at the Watershed Institute, I'm frequently contacted by residents asking for help with flooding related issues. We know this problem isn't going away, and we know the amount of precipitation we receive and the intensity of storms that we experience will increase due to climate change. And preserving open space is a key strategy in protecting our resiliency. And trees, especially the large ones found in our remaining forests, provide vital services, taking up thousands of gallons of stormwater per year, sequestering carbon and mitigating against heat island effect. In addition, the trees and forests are part of our open space, are vital to protecting our water quality, and trees protect against erosion and pollution carried into our waterways by the heavy rains. So the Watershed Institute would like to commend the municipality for recognizing the importance of these ecosystem services provided by our remaining open space for the health and well-being of our community today and in future generations, and to thank Mayor, Council, and staff for the planned preservation of the 153 acres of critical habitat on the Princeton Ridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. Okay, do we see another hand up? Sorry. Adam, can we bring in the next person?
Yes, Mayor, bringing over Jimena.
Yes, hi, my name is Ximena Scavron, and I live at 166 Cedar Lane in Princeton. I'm actually here with Quiet Princeton, but I did note Mr. Gerardo Ramirez's comments regarding making Witherspoon Street closed to vehicular traffic, and I very much agree with that proposal. My family and I actually avoid eating at the parklets on Witherspoon because we don't wish to eat food or drink coffee, for example, surrounded by the fumes and the noise that are caused by such traffic as garbage trucks, for example. In addition, the current configuration is confusing because half the street is closed to vehicles and the other half is not. So both pedestrians and vehicles become confused, and the crosswalk at Spring Street and Witherspoon has seen many almost kind of quite big snarls and accidents, especially when you add cyclists into the mix, just because nobody knows whether they can turn right or left when they're in a car there. So I just wanted to add my comment to Mr. Ramirez's on that issue.
Thank you. All right, are there any other members of the public that have a comment for something that's not on the agenda?
Seeing no hands, Mayor.
Okay, seeing none, we'll close that portion of the meeting. And now we have public hearings on two ordinances. The first is ordinance 2021-31, an ordinance by the municipality of Princeton rezoning two parcels on the Hun School campus, block 9303, lot 1 on Wynant Road, and block 8203, lot 11 on Hun Road, from the R2 resident district to the E4 education district, and amending the Princeton Township zoning map accordingly. And Mr. Laplace, are you going to help us with this one?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'll bring up a map. And this, if everyone can see the zoning map of the proposed changes. These two lots are owned by the Hun School of Princeton, and they're currently in use by the school. The long sort of vertical one that you see at the top of the map, the skinny sort of linear lot, is an open space, and it goes through the middle of that block, while the hatched second lot, which is below it and has sort of a curved road along the top of it, that's the site of Mason House, which is the former headmaster's house. It received a variance from the zoning board, a temporary variance that runs through this year through December, for it to be used in a non-residential manner. It's currently in the R2 residential zone, and as is the other lot. And the school would like to have these two lots put into the same zoning as the rest of the campus, which is E4 educational. This would allow for more flexible use of the Mason House in the future for academic support uses. And that's very much needed on campus. And the other lot, the linear lot, the sort of what they call the mall, it's a commons area, will be open space in perpetuity. The school has agreed to put that in deed restricted open space. So the planning board, this was introduced by council on September 27th, and then came to the planning board, and there was a hearing on October 7th to determine if this proposed rezoning map change for these two lots was consistent with the goals and objectives of the community master plan. The planning board found that it unanimously also voted to endorse this as a move that was in conformance with the master plan for a couple different reasons. That linear lot that runs north-south there, that will be open space in perpetuity, certainly fulfill some of our greener goals and objectives of the master plan, which is to preserve open space. And the Mason House site, being able to have a little more flexibility to be non-residential uses to support the academic and cultural activities of the school. There's goals of the master plan that talk about that, strengthening our cultural and educational institutions that are already in Princeton. And the planning board also noted that this didn't really constitute a physical expansion of the campus outside of properties already in use by the school. So for those and other reasons, the planning board found it to be consistent with the community master plan, and is sending it back to the council with an endorsement for this rezoning to take place.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Council questions. David? David, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Michael, you mentioned something about the rezoning allowing the flexibility for use of Mason House for other types of activities, which sort of suggests that the Mason House will remain. Have you, in conversations with the Hun School, received an indication that they're planning to preserve that existing structure, or is that not part of this proposal?
My understanding at this time is to use Mason House in its current, state. We didn't get into much of a discussion about future use, so I can't, I'm not sure what their plans are for the future use of the Mason House site.
Oh, okay. Other council questions, but Michael, can you unshare your screen? Because that way I can see the attendees, and if people start to put hands up, we can get to them after the council questions are done. Thank you.
Mayor, and just to finish up a little bit of my answer to Councilman Cohen, in the past, they've talked about this site, Mason House, being academic support in terms of possibly being office space or even for the arts. But I think they're thinking about if it ever becomes used for the arts, it probably would have to be a new structure.
Okay. Any other council questions at this point? Because we have 3 hands up. We could get to those. Okay, Adam, let's bring in, I think Ed had his hand up first.
Yes, Mayor, bringing him over now.
Good evening. My name's Ed Fenwick, and I reside at 102 Russell Road. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to comment on the proposed ordinance. My comments will focus on the portion of the ordinance addressing block 9303 lot 1, a residential property with 5 adjacent R2 residential properties. First, it's important to have a clear understanding of the exact purpose of this proposed ordinance, and it goes to David's question. HUN already has a variance for the use of the Mason House for various, quote, various supporting education purposes. And as Mr. Laplace pointed out, it's scheduled to expire in December. However, given the very nature of this pandemic, and given the nature of what we've learned about readiness for pandemic, it would be irresponsible for the town, it would be irresponsible for the school, and it'd be irresponsible for the neighbors to resist that, because the school does need readiness to support their thing. So no opposition to that use variance for that house. But this ordinance is not about the use of the existing building on the lot. And as stated in the documents provided in the notifications for this public hearing, and these are the Hun School's words, not mine, quote, the applicant seeks to rezone lot 1 in order to develop a new center for visual arts. Again, in the documents you provided with this notification, and has been repeated throughout all the hearings, the applicant seeks to rezone lot 1 in order to develop a new center for visual arts, which, by the way, currently looks like an 18,000 square foot building. So please keep that in mind, the exact purpose of the school's reason for seeking this ordinance. So next, I want to speak to why this proposed ordinance must be rejected. Our town of Princeton has a master plan, you folks know it well, that guides the use of its land in a manner which protects public health and safety and promotes the general welfare. A component of the master plan is the zoning map. The zoning map defines districts and designates permissible uses of properties within each district, commercial, residential, educational, etc. And these districts and designated uses provide stability within Princeton. The stability provides property owners, current and future, an assurance of similar use within the district. The durability of these designations is crucial to stability in our community. Attempts by a property owner to change the designation of their specific property for their own benefit undermines the concept of a master plan. Excuse me while I find my place. Undermines the concept of a master plan, zoning map, designated districts, and permissible uses. If allowed, it sacrifices stability and general welfare for the benefit of the individual property owner, in this case, the Hun School. This is exactly what the Hun School proposed ordinance is seeking. It is the antithesis of planned zoning. It is referred to in the courts as spot zoning. Spot zoning is the process of signaling out a small parcel of land for a use different from that which is authorized in the town's master plan for the benefit of the owner and to the detriment of other owners. The ordinance proposed by Hun must be called what it is. It is spot zoning benefiting private interest rather than the collective interest of the community. It is solely for the benefit of the owner, the Hun School. There is no public benefit. Its target is a very specific property. Its purpose is to enable the addition of a commercial educational facility in a residential district. It is not in accord with the Princeton's comprehensive zoning plan. It does not promote any of the statutory purposes relating to zoning. It transfers value from neighboring property owners to the Hun School without compensation.
Hey, Ed, I don't mean to interrupt, but we do are you close to?
I am so close to the end, you'll be amazed.
Okay, figures, thanks.
A New Jersey municipality engages in spot zoning when it uses its power to benefit private interests rather than the collective interest of the community. New Jersey courts have repeatedly declared ordinance like the one proposed as impermissible spot zoning. You, our elected officials, for the benefit of the town and its residents, must reject this proposed amendment for what it is: an aggressive, self-serving attempt by the Hun School to circumvent our town's master plan and zoning for its sole benefit. It's spot zoning and it's not permissible. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Ed. Adam, can we bring in the next person?
Yes, Mayor, bringing over Charlotte.
Charlotte. Yeah.
Good evening. I'm Charlotte Friedman and a resident of 102 Russell Road. As a university English professor, I have a vested interest in the clarity and ethical precision of language and communication. As a resident of Russell Road, I care deeply about the welfare of our neighborhood and its property values. As an elected government body in Princeton, I would expect the town council would as well. What I intend to highlight tonight is the willful obscuring of issues and mixed messages in documents concerning the Hun School request to illegally spot zone block 9203, lot 1, in blatant contradiction of the zoning plan of Princeton's master plan. I'm referring specifically to the document of September 28th, 2021, that was sent to all property owners within 200 feet of block 9203, lot 1 and block 8203, lot 11. The document includes a 1+ page letter from the Princeton clerk and a 4-page description of ordinance 2021-31. The letter portion of the document uses words like, quote, modify the zoning, unquote, instead of change. It says the lot is, quote, in the southeastern portion of the campus, unquote, and this is repeated in the ordinance when in fact it is outside of and across the street from the campus and in the neighborhood. Finally, the letter states this, meaning a zoning change, would enable the Hun School to use the Ralph Mason House for various supportive education purposes, such as a potential art gallery with art classrooms, meeting space, and office space. The proposed ordinance, we know, is not about using the Mason House for anything. It is about tearing the house down in order to build a 16,000 square foot building.
Look at the ordinance itself. Referring to the school, quote, "It is landlocked and constrained by existing zone boundaries," unquote. True, the school is not on a river or an ocean. Hun is constrained by New Jersey's municipal land use laws, Princeton's master plan, zoning map, and use designations. It needs to focus its planning within the constraints of the law and its boundaries. Quote, "Independent schools like the Hun School must continually improve and upgrade their facilities to provide the level of education demanded of such institutions," unquote. I agree that improvements and upgrades to facilities are often needed by businesses, but that need cannot override Princeton's master plan and zoning. Also, this is not a case of improving or upgrading facilities. This is about adding an entirely new facility. Here's another one. Quote, "The center will be intelligently designed with a residential scale to complement the surrounding community, and it will have a footprint of approximately 8,000 square feet. A multi-story," unquote, "a multi-story institutional building with a footprint of 8,000 square feet does not complement the surrounding neighborhood. It is dramatically, aggressively out of scale, not to mention its lighting levels, noise of mechanical systems, and traffic, which will be far greater than that of the headmaster living in the Mason house." Quote, "The applicant believes that block 9303 should be rezoned as a natural evolution of the Hun School. There is nothing natural or evolutionary about a 16,000 square foot building on a residential lot adjacent to 5 residential properties. Arrogant expansion is not natural evolution. It is vainglorious overreach of the brashest kind." Quote, "This lot, which houses the headmaster and which is directly facing Russell Hall, is integral to the campus and needed to provide important facilities essential to the operation of the Hun School," unquote. This lot adjoins 5 other residential properties and is more integral to the neighborhood than the Hun School. Quote, "Rezoning this lot to E4 is merely a small extension of the existing E4 zoning and the existing campus," unquote. There is no merely or small in this case. This is one of the largest residential lots in the neighborhood. And finally, referencing the green mall space between Russell and Edgerstone, quote, "The Hun School would never develop the green commons and would agree to deed restrict this lot to protect it from future development," unquote. Did the Hun School ever have plans to develop this narrow tract of land? What buildings could possibly be put there? The Hun School is giving up nothing with this protection from development. So in conclusion, this is not a lesson in grammar or word usage. Despite a focus on language, this is about much more than language. The documents sent to you, the town council, and to the citizens of our neighborhood are intentionally misleading, obfuscating, and dangerously minimize Hun's requests and intentions. Attorneys use words to persuade, to finesse, and disguise. That is expected. What we expect from our elected representatives is the ability to see things for what they are, to not be fooled by the smoke and mirrors of a private institution's blatant, seemingly unending overdevelopment. We expect you to look out for the public welfare, and the town's neighborhoods are central to that. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Charlotte. Adam, can we bring in next person, Richard Goldman?
Yes, bringing him over now, Mayor.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, Richard Goldman of Faegre, Drinker, Biddle, and Wreath. I've been the attorney for the Hun School for decades, really now. I hate to say, many, many years. A little bit of background. We began this process back in December of 2019, nearly 2 years ago, by initially presenting a request to the planning board to review the requested zone change. And yes, in that presentation, which was full, many slides, many plans to show, we talked about the possibility, an example of what that use might be on that property. It might be a continuation of the Mason House. It might be the development of a fine arts facility. I think, as you all know, in today's world, private schools, independent schools, are very much pressed to continue to enhance and improve the facilities and programs that they offer to their students. The Hun School has been at this location for decades. I will say that anyone who's moved into this neighborhood has moved into it knowing that the Hun School is at its core. And so in 2019, when we presented this request to the planning board, it was unanimously recommended to the then Township Council. I think it was, no, I guess it was the Municipality Council. I think it was after consolidation. And it's been around for a while. There's been lots of other things keeping you all busy. You've had some affordable housing matters. COVID has come along. And during that time, to our great joy, Betty Johnson, who later and so sadly passed away, but who has always been a friend of the school, donated her house to the school for the purpose of being a headmaster's house. That was a beautiful donation. And we honored her by accepting it. And our headmaster has in fact moved into that house. For decades before that, the Mason House was the headmaster's house. And I'm going to show you a picture in a minute to make sure you understand the relationship of that building to the school. But now it was empty. It was vacant, and it was in the R2 zone. So we really had very little use of a property that we'd owned for decades. COVID came along. We had a desperate need to increase the size and capability of our infirmary. We were doing thousands of testings. We needed overnight facilities for boarding students who had symptoms that needed to be monitored, et cetera. And ultimately, we asked the zoning board for a temporary variance to allow us to move some administrative functions out of Russell Hall to expand our infirmary in Russell Hall to take care of the children. The zoning board, and I might add, Mr. Fenster also objected to the granting of that temporary variance at the time. But the zoning board, again, unanimously approved that application. And we agreed that we would have it run till December. We would come back in December to see what the state of the COVID pandemic was and whether we needed an extension or not. In the meantime, this request of an ordinance change was moving through the process. And we find ourselves here today. I would just like to say one thing. I've been doing this for a long time. This is not spot zoning. It is not spot zoning when you have a large parcel of real estate, which is the main campus, and you own an immediately contiguous piece, and you change your zoning map to bring that into the campus. That is not that's not what spot zoning is. The school needs this additional space. And that's why it's patiently, for almost 2 years now, been going through the process honestly. I know out of all of our neighbors, you have here tonight one household. 2 people that spoke are from the same household. They do not, I believe, represent a great hue and cry from the neighborhood. We have a very good relationship with our neighbors. And we really urge you to move this forward. It's had the unanimous endorsement of the planning board twice. It's had the endorsement for an administrative use by the zoning board. And now we're asking to codify this. And if you would, I have John D. Pasquale. I guess he could raise his hand. He's got my, I'm too old to work slideshows, but he has 2 slides that I'd like to show you, and then I'll be finished. I also, by the way, have John Brome, who is our head of school, here. If you have questions of him, we can also bring him in. But is it possible to, maybe you want to bring them both in now and we can just finish up?
Yeah, that'd be fine. Adam, why don't you bring them in?
Yes, no problem. I'm sorry. What were those names again?
John D. Pasquale and Jonathan Brome.
Okay.
All right, John, if you're on, could you just bring up that colorized plan first?
Yes, sure. I think I need to be granted rights to share my screen.
All right, no problem.
This will only take a minute or two.
Mayor, I was going to make a point while we're waiting for the graphic to come up.
Thank you.
In answer to some of the concerns that have been raised about possibly having a new structure be built on the Mason House site, I just wanted to remind the council that if any change like that was to happen where a new structure was proposed, it would have to come to the planning board for site plan review. So the proposed zoning change and zoning map change has nothing to do with structures on the site. I just wanted to clarify that for council.
And by the way, as Headmaster Brome would tell you, you know, I think you all understand that for a school to build a building, we don't just write a check from the account. You have to do fundraising. To do fundraising, you have to know that you have the zoning in place. So we haven't even begun to plan the long-term use of this site, but we know that we at least need to use the Mason House now, and we will begin to think about our campus plan in the future. Now, here we go. Okay. So this might be just a little easier for you to see the whole campus in the context of these 2 sites. The mall, obviously, the long one in yellow. It would be preserved. You could build a residential unit here and there. I'm not saying you do a lot, but you could. The other, obviously, the Mason House is to the right side, the yellow. And the reason I show you this is I want to show you now next a picture of what the front yard of the Mason House is. John, if you'd put that one up. John?
It's up now. You should be able to see it.
I'm still seeing the plan, the colorized plan. Oh, there you go. Okay. Okay, folks, that's the Mason House. And what makes the Mason House different than any other house in our area, in this neighborhood, is it faces upon the Hun School parking lot. And I thought that gives you a better sense of why we feel this has always been integrated into the school's operation. First as a headmaster's house, now as temporary quarters, and it sits in the parking lot, essentially, of the Hun School. So with that, maybe I'll ask John Brome to just say hello and if he has any further thought to just let you know. John?
Sure. Thank you, Rich. Hi, everybody. Thanks for hearing us tonight. Rich said almost everything, I would say. As far as our plans for that lot, in at least the short and intermediate term, what we hope to do is house some offices there in the Mason House that are currently in Russell Hall, and clear those Russell Hall offices out completely so that we could build a new commodious infirmary there, which is really desperately needed for the health of our students. The one we have right now is almost closet-like, and we need a place where kids can stay overnight and be examined and actually be kept healthy more effectively than the present one. So in the long run, it could be a visual arts building, whatever it is, because it is along the border of our campus. We'll keep it, quiet, and it won't be to increase enrollment or add traffic. And visual arts at this time is probably our best bet for what it might be someday, but it's not going to be for quite some time. And we don't have any real plan for it yet.
Okay. Thank you, John.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Michael, just one question. When the planning board looked at this, was the reference to that it might be a different type of building at some point in time part of the planning board review?
No, because as it was presented that the Mason House would be used for non-residential purposes. So that was what was the expectation.
Michael, if I might, that was really with regard to the zoning variance.
Correct.
But when we presented to the planning board in December of 2019, we actually showed renderings of the potential arts building.
Yes,
So
I recall that.
yeah.
I recall that in 2019. I thought the mayor was talking about our most recent review. So I'm sorry to clarify.
Yeah. I think the planning board really well understands what the long range plan might be. It was a full presentation of with architectural and potential renderings as well.
And that is
we were not at the second hearing that recently had. I might add also, I know one of our neighbors thinks that I was a clever lawyer and wrote clever language in the notice. I didn't write the notice. This is an ordinance, and the notice comes from the municipality, not from the Hun School. So mea culpa.
Mayor, and just to try to be clear about this, I think the planning board was looking at the site in terms of the use of the site. That was the terminology we used at our last review in terms of consistency review with the master plan. That was our focus. But in 2019, there were slides and a discussion about possible future uses of the site.
Okay. And at that meeting, the planning board also approved this suggestion.
Correct. At that time in December of 2019, it was endorsed unanimously by the planning board back to the council for adoption, to do the rezoning.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we have a couple more hands up. So I'd like to move this along. We try to keep public comment to 3 minutes on each thing. I've kind of let that go a little bit over for people just because it is kind of important that we make a good decision here, but I try to keep people to be brief. Adam, could we bring in, I think Arthur is the next person?
Yes, bringing him over now.
Oh, thank you. I assume I can be heard.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Arthur Eisenbach, and I am a middle school teacher here in Princeton, and I live at 95 Russell Road, and that is a house that is sandwiched directly between the new headmaster's house and the old headmaster's house. So when I speak tonight, although I recognize that the town's planning director has already signaled his approval of what the Hun School is asking for, and I expect some of you to follow his lead and to vote in the school's favor, I am speaking with the hope that at least some of you are keeping open minds and will listen to the issues raised by members of the community. And for those of you who are keeping count, I am not a member of the household that Charlotte and Ed currently reside in, so I have to be counted as an additional household, as if that's what this is all about, numbers of households. We bought our house 5 years ago, and at that time, the school was largely a positive presence in the neighborhood. Unfortunately, largely because of the school's expansion of its facilities over the past 5 years, a lot of that has changed and not for the better. So we're now dealing with traffic clogging our streets at least several times a day. We deal with music blasting from outdoor loudspeakers during not only home games, but outdoor parties that the school holds, not to mention speeding cars that make it difficult to walk in the streets, insufficient parking for school events, and more permanently, new buildings that are built with giant exhaust fans that are noisy 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Not to mention when construction happens, if the past few years are any indication, it starts with trucks arriving before 6:30 a.m. It's noisy and it lasts for years. Now I'm going to scrap a lot of the comments I was going to make about what the school is intending to do with the Mason House property, because I think it's been adequately covered by everybody, but including counsel for the school. We're really talking about the option for the school to replace the Mason House with a 16,000 square foot building. And yes, that replacement will require, they can't just do that with coming back to the town in some way. But if what's happened over the past 2 years is any indication, there's going to be very little balancing of what the school says it needs and the potentially negative impact on the quality of life in the neighborhood. While Charlotte mentioned the rezoning of the strip of land, I think it's worth emphasizing that in exchange for giving up virtually nothing, the school is asking to receive a blank check in terms of square footage that it can use for future buildings. So if the town gives the school what it is looking for, it will be very difficult to minimize the negative impact of any future building on the Mason House site. The school will have no real incentive to accommodate or compromise with neighbors. It will be able to build virtually whatever it wants because they will already have, if you approve it tonight, the zoning and the FAR from that second strip of land that would allow them to proceed without abutters or neighbors having any meaningful input or recourse short of lawsuits. And as one of those abutters, I'm asking you to consider a more prudent and neighborhood-friendly course of action. Ask the school to modify its request. The school should file for a permanent variance to allow them to continue using the Mason House for non-residential purposes. We don't oppose that. The town can and should require the school to return to the council in the future if and when it wants to pursue replacing the Mason House with a building that, as currently planned, is more than 5 times its current size. This would allow the town to give such a significant change in usage the scrutiny that it requires. It helps nobody for the school through its council to minimize and downplay the possibility of replacing the Mason House with a large structure. Talking about how this is far in the future doesn't change the fact that if you give the school the zoning and the FAR that will allow them to put up this large building, there's going to be really very little the rest of us are going to be able to do to minimize its negative impacts. Okay, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Arthur. I believe we have Adam, another member of the public with a hand up.
Yes, bringing over Karen.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm Karen Prager, and I live at 186 Russell Road, a block away from where the new construction is supposed to be. The reason I'm addressing your committee tonight is to talk about the Hun School's expansion and my worry that substantial expansion is becoming unbridled expansion. In the 11 years that I've lived next door to the Hun School, I have seen continued substantial expansion. I did know that the Hun School was there. It is next door to me, but I did not know that I was that I had construction in my future and the neighborhood's future. There have been 2 major constructions, that is 2 new large institutional constructions, which have noisily consumed more than 4 of the last 11 years of my living next door. a large dormitory, global commons to house residents from out of town and abroad, and a new, I think it's a theater complex. Both are across from two sides of our home. In addition, Hun has accumulated two houses, a home across the street from me, furthering their reach to the end of the block, and the Betty Johnson home. The neighborhood wonders, where is the expansion going? Taking one step at a time, it's encroaching on the quality of life for homes around the school. Now, a third major construction, if you're to believe the master plan, is being put forth. What's happening is a restructuring of the neighborhood. My husband and I feel that Hun shouldn't be approved this zoning change before they tell the neighborhood and the city what their grand plans are for the next dozen years. For example, should they get this zoning changed on the Mason house, will the next zoning request be for the house across the street from me? Will the next one be for the Johnson house or a newly purchased house? Based on what I know as a neighbor, I oppose this construction, the idea of zoning for construction. According to the master plan, a 16,000-foot construction of an institutional building, which gobbles up substantial green space from our neighborhood, increases congestion and traffic, and will change the tenor of the immediate neighborhood. The second point, and a larger one, certainly no decision on zoning should be made until there's true clarity to the city and the neighborhood on what their plans are for future construction for the Hun School for the next 10 or 15 years. Tonight, they cannot even say tonight whether or not the Mason house will remain as it is, as Mr. Laplace says, or as the master plan says, is going to be a 16,000-foot new arts complex. They can't say that tonight. So I think that the past constructions, this third one, caught me unaware. There seems to be a process of submitting plans piecemeal, one at a time, without revealing a larger plan. And I do feel that this zoning request should be denied until they come to put forth new plans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael, can I just ask you a point of clarification? I think the person before had said if we change to the E4 zoning, that will affect the FAR and they'll have greater FAR that they could use if they wanted to on the lot where the house is today. Is that accurate?
What's accurate, yes. The FAR, the overall total FAR for the whole campus, which would be the entire E4 zone, would increase. I don't have that percentage. Maybe the Mr. Goldman has that. It was presented to the planning board as being rather minimal and enough FAR to allow for modifications to existing buildings in terms of increasing ADA accessibility, or if there's some health and safety improvements that need to be made, ventilation, things like that. So that was the way it was presented to the planning board. I don't know if Mr. Goldman wants to elaborate on that. It wasn't presented to the planning board as enough FAR to build one distinct larger building. That wasn't the way it was presented.
Okay, thank you.
If I can tag on to that question, if Mr. Goldman is going to weigh in, it's not 100% clear to me that the FAR should apply across the entire campus or whether it would typically apply lot by lot. In other words, would there be an FAR that would apply to the lot on which the Mason house currently sits, which is a separate lot, and it's across the street from the rest of the campus? So I'm not sure of the answer to that, and Mr. Goldman might know the answer.
Okay. Adam, could you bring Mr. Goldman back in? But while that's happening, are there other council questions? I just want to make sure we're keeping the council if there's any other questions. Eve?
Yeah, I have to say I'm a little confused because I read this ahead of time, and the potential performing arts building, I'm sorry, I don't know what page this is on, 105 or 106, is described as 8,000 square feet. And so I'm very confused. There's a big difference between 8,000 and 16,000, and I don't understand where the 16 is coming from. Is that possible to explain?
Right,
Am I
so,
in? Am I in?
yeah, Rich, you're in.
Okay, thanks. I think, David, to answer your question first, I think because this is a separate lot divided by a public road, the FAR would be that which applies to that lot. As to the mall, which is a very small amount of additional FAR, I think the whole mall is less than an acre. And as you all know, the E4 zone has a very low FAR, intentionally designed that way to keep these institutions that are in the E4 zone at a rather minimum development. As I recall, and I get, forgive me, I don't have the exact number either, but I think it was literally a few thousand square feet of additional FAR. So that if you needed to do a bump out or a little addition somewhere, you would have a little extra. And that FAR, because it's part of the contiguous campus, could be used throughout the contiguous campus. We got a little bit off track here on the Arts Center, which was a potential, not a plan. This is a zoning request to be put into the E4 zone. And once we're in the E4 zone, to have the rights, and it's a fairly limited FAR right that comes with the E4 zone, to use it for our educational purposes. We have not had tons and tons of new expansion. We built one new building, the Global Commons, which I think has been well received by everyone who's seen it. It has some dormitory space. It has some international studies facilities and places for the students. The only other construction we've done in recent times was to renovate our theater. We didn't add any seats. We created a bit of an entryway, and we renovated two of our science classrooms within the student buildings. But we have not had building upon building upon building. I can think of another client of mine that does a lot of buildings, but this one is not as wealthy, and they have to raise money. And okay, so I think the point here is to try to not move off track as if this is some nefarious scheme to build a giant arts building. It's not. This is a request to include the Mason House property primarily into our E4 zone because it's contiguous, it's in our parking lot, we can use it as is for important administrative needs, and maybe someday in the future, we might explore potential other uses within the permitted E4 zone. We're not looking to do more than the E4 zone, which might include an arts building. That arts building might be 8,000 square feet. It might be 10,000 square feet. I don't know that yet because we haven't had an engineer or an architect really lay it out, right? And because we have our same process as you do. We have our own master plan, right? And once we know that this property is in the E4 zone, it'll be included in our master planning as we go forward, and we'll examine our needs. And as you all know, we're pretty landlocked. So we've done, I think, an incredible job. I've been the attorney for 25 years. So and my kids went to the Hun School, full disclosure. And my kids are now 45. So, but I've watched over those years, the school grow to, not in students, but to meet the needs of independent schools, to improve the program. We have not been grabbing land. We got a donation of another house on Edgerstone, and we sold it. It was a donation, and it's being renovated and used by the purchasers as their home. We're not out there grabbing up lots, buying lots, right? But we've owned the Mason House. It was given to us decades ago. It's in our parking lot. It makes sense. The planning board has looked at it twice and said, this should be in the E4 zone. And that's what we're asking.
Okay, thank you, Rich. Michelle.
So I understand that the Mason House, you want to change it to the E4 zone to have the educational purposes. And then it says that the lot 11 would stay in perpetuity as green space.
Right. Let me explain why that is.
Okay.
Right now, that lot is in the R2 zone. So we've owned it for decades. It's in the R2 zone. When land is in the R2 zone, it has no floor area to transfer into your main campus. It's basically, you own it, but it's useless. We probably even have to pay taxes on it because we can't use it for educational purposes. Okay, forever. We've owned that for a very long time. What we were suggesting is we could, there's maybe 5,000 or 6,000 square feet of additional FAR. If that's put into the E4 zone, it's in the heart of our campus. We can move that little bit of extra FAR out to when we need an addition on one of the dorms or on the cafeteria, things of that sort, small stuff, right? And so that's what we were asking for. And in exchange for that, we were suggesting that we would then place that strip of land in a conservation easement in perpetuity. So we're not doing it because we want to put in educational buildings in the mall. We're doing it to get some beneficial use out of the land we've owned for so many years.
With the beneficial use being the additional FAR.
Right, moving a few thousand, and literally it's a few thousand square feet of FAR.
Okay, and just a question to, I don't know, Trishka or Michael, within the ordinance then, is this adequate in terms of being able to say that lot 11 is held in perpetuity, since it says it in that? I mean, that would be that green space.
No, it wouldn't be in the ordinance. This is really just
we would provide
changing the boundary of a zone, and you either believe it's appropriate or not. You wouldn't be able to condition that on, the land's being deed restricted. That's just a representation the applicant has made.
And we will provide a recordable conservation easement approved by staff, which will then be recorded, and that will be protected.
Okay, thanks. And then one more question.
Yeah, but just to be clear, but I just really want to make sure that we're clear.
Thank you, Trishka.
Again, that's a representation that the Hun School is making. That is not a condition that's built into the ordinance changing the zoning, nor can it be.
It cannot. That was my next question. Okay. All right. And then, so if we allow this the way it is, what is the maximum FAR total that would be allowed? Because the 16,000 came up, but I only saw 8,000 on the.
So Rich, on the lot the house is on now, what would be in an E4 zone, what would the FAR, allowable FAR be?
Yeah, let me see if I have that. I'm trying to remember even the acreage, which will help us. Okay, so that's 1.984 acres, which is the Mason House lot. So just under 2 acres.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe Michael, you might remember this, that the FAR, I think the FAR in the E4 zone might be as low as 15%. Michael, do you remember?
I think that's correct. I don't have that with me, but
I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So that when we could do the math, let me use round numbers. So an acre is like 43,000 square feet. 2 acres is 86,000 square feet. 15% of that would be about 12,000 square feet. That's maximum of FAR. Now that could be, if that's a 2-story building, for example, which is pretty customary in that neighborhood to have 2-story buildings, that would be a footprint of, let's say, and maximum 6,000 square feet, 2 floors. That's footprint. There's some pretty big houses in that neighborhood, not 6,000 square feet, but big. And this is a pretty large lot. It's a 2-acre lot. And that assumes maximum. We're not, we're not here to, it gets confusing when you try to figure out what the site plan is going to be before you have the zoning, right?
I understand. I'm just responding to the concerns of the neighbors.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Trying to understand their concerns
Got
and where they're coming from.
Yep, yep.
All right, thank you.
Eve.
So again, just to follow up on the neighbors' concerns, should a building of some kind this question is to Mr. Goldman, should the Hun School, sorry about the thunder in the background, should the Hun School decide that they did want to build that performing arts center, what type of approvals would they then need to
Right.
get? Would that be as of right, or they'd need to come back to planning?
No, it would, well, as of right, you don't go to the building department to get a building permit. So once you create the zoning, which establishes the standards, then it becomes a major site plan application to the planning board. And you have to go through that full process to make sure that what you're proposing is reasonable, has been designed to respect the neighborhood. For example, you wouldn't put your main entrance in the back facing your neighbors. You would want that to be your quiet side of a building. You would want a use that tends to be a 9 to 5, 5-day-a-week use, not one where you're having band practice, right, at night, on weeknights or weekends. Those are the kinds of things the planning board's going to look at. And by the way, that we're going to look at. We've maintained a pretty good relationship in our community for decades. And we want to continue to do that. We appreciate our neighbors. We understand that change is difficult, but this is a 2 acres we're talking about, basically, for an entire campus to give us that little extra cushion to meet the needs of our students.
Thank you, Rich. Okay, Adam, there's a member of the public that has not spoken yet. Norman, can we bring him in, please?
Yes, no problem, man.
Hello, can you see and hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, let me turn the camera on. Can I just talk? Do you need to see me?
Yes, yeah, that's fine. Thank
Okay, my name is Norman Moranis. I live at 95 Russell Road. I'm speaking only because this description, maybe you all can go over and look at the neighborhood for yourselves. The Mason House is not in the parking lot of the school. It gives a very untrue, I'm sorry to say it, description of what it is. Please note that. Number two, since the attorney hasn't been allowed to come in and speak and so forth, I want to make sure that any of the other previous speakers are also welcome to come back in and add if they want to, now that he has spoken. For the record, I am against the zoning change because of all the uncertainty. Come back when you know more. Let them use the Mason House as part of the school. Don't change the lot zone. Thank you.
Thank you, Norman. Okay, let's go back. So I'm going to go back to people that still have their hands up. I'm going to ask you to keep it short and sweet. You really don't need to say what you've already said before. If you have a new point or something, whatever, that'd be great. But we do have a long agenda still to go through tonight. Adam, can we bring Ed back in?
Thank you, Mayor. 2 quick points. One is Mr. Goldman stated that this is not spot zoning. I would ask you to go back to the recording of the December 12th, 2019 hearing before the planning board, where one of the planning board members asked Mr. Goldman, and I won't have this exactly right, but spirit-wise, it's correct. And he was asked if he would restrict, think about restricting the size of the building that was being proposed. And Mr. Goldman's answer at the time was, no, that would be spot zoning. And so that is where the spot zoning issue arose, not from my words. I'm not a lawyer. Mr. Goldman's a lawyer. It arose from his recognition that if this ordinance, if this change was about adding that building, you have clearly moved into what the courts of New Jersey have clearly said is spot zoning. That was point one, not my words about spot zoning, his own words on that recording, it's there. And the second point, and I apologize, this is sort of rehashing, this is a scheme. I mean, it is trying to look away from the shiny object called the 16,000 square foot building and call it just the Mason House. I'm sorry, that's not what it is. Those words were again in the document that came out that I quoted about what the purpose, what the reason they're going for it. Those came from the original documents and planning documents of the Hun School, which I believe Mr. Goldman probably had a chance to at least review. I don't know if they were his words or not, but they were represented and they are in this document that came to all the neighbors saying the reason for this request, this zoning change, is to build that building.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yep, thank you. Okay, Arthur, did you have something? Can we bring Arthur back in? And again, I just ask people, we do need to wrap this up. I want you to say what you need to say, but please, you don't need to tell us the same thing again. If you have something new, that's great.
Okay,
Arthur,
okay, I hope I have a couple of new things. First of all, I just want to point out to Attorney Goldman that even though he's been associated with the school for decades, perhaps he didn't notice that during the past 5 years, the school also expanded its middle school, which is why the neighborhood certainly has the impression that the school is constantly building. Okay, so perhaps that just slipped his mind. Second, I just want to clarify for Councilwoman Niedergang, the 8,000 versus the 16,000 square feet. The 8,000 square feet is the footprint on the ground. The 16,000 square feet is the proposed size of the building. The whole issue of the FAR from the other piece of land is not something I came up with in the middle of the night. I wish I were smart enough to do so. It was in fact raised initially by the school itself. The reason they needed to rezone that strip of land is they needed the FAR described tonight by Attorney Goldman, both as negligible, small amount, and as, if I heard him correctly, maybe 4,000 to 6,000 square feet. Well, you take 4,000 to 6,000 square feet, you add it to the 12,000 square feet he's already said they can use on that lot as of right, and you're talking about a big building. And my only concern is that the school not be given the as of right opportunity to put that building on that lot. They should be required to come back to the town, not just to show the plans to do so, but to get approval to do so. And the process of getting approval to do so involves the neighbors and abutters, not as lookers on who get to say, oh, that's a big building, but thank you for putting some trees that make it look a little prettier on the outside. Let that decision about what goes there be treated with the same seriousness and scrutiny as any other major construction project in the town. Why would we give the school the right now to put up such a big building because we've given them the zoning and the FAR that allows them to put up that building? Or there are at least enough questions about it in terms of what exactly you're going to be approving tonight, if you approve it, that why wouldn't we clarify all of that before you actually vote on it?
Arthur, thanks. And I just want to say, just because I'm just trying to keep detail clear for everybody, so I'm not debating with you, but based on the prior comments, if it's 2 acres and it's about the 86,000 square feet, when Rich gave the exact number of square footage, the 15% is 12,900. So that's the as of right FAR on the Mason lot property, give or take a little bit. So, and the FAR from the mall does not transfer over to the Mason House property. That has to stay on main campus. So I just want to keep the record clear on those 2 points for everybody that's listening in, just to make sure we got that right. Arthur, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you have anything else?
No, if that in fact is true, thank you for stating it on the record. The last thing I'll say is the Mason House property is a gorgeous piece of land. To talk about that property as sitting in a parking lot is just beyond preposterous. If they wanted to, they could sell that for residential development and be snapped up tomorrow. So let's be honest and open about what we're talking about here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, again, I'm urging people to be quick because we do need to wrap this up. I think Karen is next, and Adam, if we could bring Karen back in.
Yes, no problem.
Hello, this is actually Stuart Prager, Karen's husband. We're using the same computer. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'll just be 1 minute, just an observation, a response to this interesting discussion. It seems to me that the conflict between the neighbors and Hunt School is very simple. And maybe there's not such a big conflict. The neighbors, and I'm a neighbor, are comfortable with the continued use of the Mason House. No problem with that. Clearly, the concern of the neighbors is a fear that this proposed change will pave the way to a future construction of a larger building that's not being defined now. That's the concern. This concern is based in part on our experience that, my experience in the 10 years we lived here, we've seen two significant constructions, not one, but two very significant constructions, and we didn't know they were coming. The representative from the Hunt School responds reasonably that there's no such plan in sight. To develop such a plan requires first fundraising, development of plans, and it's far into the future and not something to worry about. And the neighbors don't believe that. So it seems to me this, and this is really concurring with Arthur's comments, that this should be clarified now, either as Arthur said, by a statement that there has to be a new approval process for construction on this land, and or if what the Hunt School representative said is true, that no time soon are they going to be building on it, maybe the Hunt School can now commit that there will be no new construction on that particular lot that has the nice green space, let's say for another 10 years. If what the attorney said is true, they have no plan and it's not anytime soon, they should be comfortable to give that commitment in writing now. And I think something like that would put the neighbors' concerns at ease. And I share all the concerns of the neighbors and concur with everything they previously said. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Adam, let's bring Norman in one more time, and then we're going to go to Rich, and then we're going to wrap up.
Okay.
I didn't realize my hand was up. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. That's even better. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, Rich, do you have anything to add that you haven't already said, or any other?
Yes, I really feel like I have to respond to Ed. Although in a way we agree. He just twisted it a little bit. He said that we said that trying to limit the FAR on one lot in the E zone would be spot zoning. And I agree with that. You can't create the E4 zone and then pick one lot and say, however, the standards for this lot will be different. I mean, I'm sure Trishka will certainly agree with that one, your attorney. So the difference is we're just asking to extend the E4 zone. We're not asking you to create special standards for this particular lot. And that's what the context was for that discussion. By the way, the middle school construction was also a renovation of the existing building. The school has barely expanded in the years and years that I've been there in terms of numbers of pupils. Our facilities have gotten better, mostly through renovation and the construction of the One Global Commons building. You know, we can say that green grass is not in the campus parking lot, but I showed you the picture. If you're looking out your front door from the Mason House, you're looking at the Hunt School parking lot, which is your front yard. It's got a different flavor than the rest of the neighborhood. We really appreciate your time on this. I know these are never easy. Any building that happens here will have full scrutiny in front of your planning board where it's supposed to. We've gone through 2 years of process. We've had your planning board recommend this unanimously twice. The zoning board thought a administrative use was not inconsistent with the zone plan when they granted its use variance. We just need some certainty of what our campus can or cannot do. And so we're again ask you to adopt this very modest amendment to the zone plan. It's literally a 2-acre parcel of land. And thank you.
Thank you. Any other council questions? Michelle.
Sorry, let me just clarify. So just to clarify, the as of right with the R4, with the new education zoning for the Mason House lot could not be combined with the additional lot.
Correct.
Correct. So the maximum footprint would be the 8,000 square foot, and it's a maximum 2-story.
The maximum FAR is about 12,900 square feet. So how they decide to build, how big they decide to build the first floor is going to be determined more by setbacks than square footage.
As of right, okay.
Yep.
But all of this, of course, has to go to site plan review with the planning board. So it's nothing is a guarantee.
Correct.
All we're doing right now is saying that the Mason House would be able to be used for education purposes.
And site plan review would require notification of adjoining properties.
Right, but in essence, to be fair, having it zoned E4 would make the larger structure obviously much easier than if it stayed in the current zoning. Just to make sure we're factual here. I'm sorry, David.
Yeah, I wanted to make a couple of minor comments. One is I did take a look at the bulk table while we were discussing, and it's actually a 16% FAR in the E4 zone, which increases the floor area that would be permitted on this lot to 13,800 square feet, almost exactly. So just wanted to get that on the record. And also for the members of the council who are not on the planning board, to make clear that when an application comes that is permitted as of right, the planning board is limited, quite limited in terms of the kinds of requirements that it can impose on the applicant. So, they could come in, and if this is it wasn't, if it's some kind of an art gallery building that they propose, as the mayor was saying, it could be almost the entire, 14,000 square foot footprint with, tall ceiling heights. Art galleries sometimes have quite tall spaces in them for their exhibits. So it could be a pretty bulky building that would be on the property that would be permitted as of right. I just wanted to make those clarifications.
Thank you,
David, you're saying for as of right, the review by the planning board is just more like a courtesy review.
It's not a courtesy review.
Sorry, I've got to jump in on that one. Yeah, it is definitely not a courtesy review. It's just that you can't deny the use. You can absolutely weigh in on how the site lays out, what kind of buffering, all the rest. You just can't say no to the use if the use itself is permitted under the zoning.
Okay.
But in addition to that, if it follows the bulk requirements, the setbacks and the buffering that's in the ordinance, there's not much you can do in terms of increasing the buffering beyond what's already required in the ordinance and so forth.
I mean, the point of my question is that there's some things that can be done, though. I mean, at planning board, it almost, I didn't want the public to think that if it comes before the planning board, like they have almost no power over it, over what's built on the site.
It's not. It's never.
The way you presented it first, David.
It's not a rubber stamp.
Yeah, as I'm saying, the way it was presented, though, David. I mean, you mentioned what the powers the planning board didn't have. I was just saying, for the sake of the public, what powers the planning board does have over, whatever project HUN may decide to build in the future.
Let's put it this way. Those of us on the planning board are often frustrated by the limitations on what we can require of applicants when they come with an as-of-right application.
Mia, were you trying to say something?
No.
Okay.
Mayor, can I just chime in on one issue? You know, the term spot zoning has been raised during, you know, both by the public and by Mr. Goldman, and I just want to now, only a court could rule whether it is or isn't spot zoning, but I've been doing this for a long time, and as I think you know, or many of you know from past experience with me, I'm particularly sensitive to spot zoning, and if I was concerned, I would not be letting you do this. So just want to reassure the council. Doesn't mean that a court can disagree with me, but in my opinion, this is not unlawful.
Okay. Any other council questions before we take a roll call vote?
Thanks, Trishka.
Okay. All right. So we did move this and second this, I believe, to begin this discussion.
Didn't.
You did not.
Okay. So who wants to move this then? We need to move it and second it to have the vote either way. So moving it does not. Okay, thank you. Moving it does not mean you're going to vote a certain way. Thank you, Dwayne, for moving it.
Well, no, Mark, can I just interrupt? I was going to say that if no one moves it, that has an implication as well. So, you know, I'm not sure if that's where, I'm not saying that's what I'm advocating for, but that might be where council members were going with that. So
I'll move it anyway.
Okay.
Okay, good point though, Mia. Thank you. Michelle, is your second stand?
Yeah.
Okay.
One second.
All right, can we have, Dolores, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Ms. Perone Lambros,
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
No.
Ms. Fraga,
I actually was planning to abstain because I feel I need more information. I'm listening to the concerns from the residents.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes, I wish I had made some comments earlier about my feelings about the neighbors' concerns, but I'm voting yes.
Ms. Sachs,
I'm going to abstain.
so we have 3 yes votes.
Trishka? Should we? You're muted.
Muted.
I
Yes,
think
I'm
it's
just
up
trying
to
to
you,
figure this
Mark.
one out.
I think it goes to Mark.
I
It goes to
believe that's the
Mark.
case.
Your lucky day, Mark.
I finally get to vote on something? I just want to make, I just want Trishka, yeah, that's my assumption. I just want to make sure Trishka says that's what we need to do.
I believe that's the case, yes. Because the abstentions really are counting, you know, as the nays.
Yes.
So I believe that's the case. We have a tie and you need to break the
Yes.
tie.
Well, so, right, wouldn't you don't have a tie, right? Because I don't believe by abstaining is not a nay. So what happens is the 2 abstentions really drop the count from 6 to 4. So you have.
That's my understanding as
Yes,
well.
3 to 1.
You have a 3 to 1 vote.
That's my understanding.
So you have a
I
majority.
defer to Trishka.
Yeah,
Well,
but the abstentions don't take away from the number. And you have 3 yeses, 1 no, you don't. Oh my goodness.
I think by Robert's rules, the abstentions, if the abstentions, because the abstentions can't act as a negative vote.
They reduce the N, the
Right.
total number. But if we're not sure, obviously we should.
You know, let me help defend my fellow attorney here. There do come some times when those strange things happen. And
Yeah.
Judges
just
get
wanna-
I think sometimes that, you know what the judges usually say? Let me research it and get back to you. Give me a few
Yeah.
days.
Well, that's the
not
issue.
giving
There's
a
some
judgment.
there are really weird cases in
Right.
these situations in terms of how you're counting the noses.
No.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it's a tie, but I don't know that we have.
But
I'm sorry, guys. I usually have the answers right at my fingertips.
No,
Well,
I
let me
understand.
just- can I just-
I'll certainly defend Trish on this one. No.
Well,
Appreciate it.
Can I just add another spin, just an additional layer of complication, which is that my sense of where the council is now is that, and I will just, is that I think everyone wishes that we had more information. I think we and Eve and Michelle, right? I think wish
yeah,
that
I
we
mean,
had.
I have to say it's very concerning that the planning board members from council are abstaining on this. I'm very concerned. about
We have
that.
one no and
Yeah,
one
no.
abstained and one said no.
I find that very concerning, and having that information now makes it feel different than it did when I made my vote.
And just to explain, the concern here is that if we had less than 6 of you here, because we need a majority of the body
Right.
to vote yes, we don't have that.
Right, but
Is there some mechanism whereby we could continue this discussion with additional information at a subsequent hearing? And I'm sorry, that's adding additional layer of procedural complexity, Trishka, but that is my sense of what the other members of council would like, is to have more discussion. We were not aware that there was such neighbor concern. And I do think some of the concerns raised tonight merit greater exploration.
But a vote was already held. I'm thinking, can we just find out what the answer is? And then if Mark has to make a vote at that time, maybe Mark votes on it later. Or if not, if the 3 who voted tonight makes it pass, then it passes. But just save the time. Give Trishka some time to do the proper research.
Yeah, I want to give you guys the right answer.
right, well, I think we need the right
Not for
answer
nothing.
because the final vote or decision could be different depending what the answer is. So
That's right.
to be fair to everybody, we need to make sure that we follow the right process, because anyway, I don't want to get us in a bind here. If we can figure out, can we realistically figure out the answer in the next 10 or 15 minutes?
Even if it's not that, can we hold it in limbo and until we find out, or does it have
I think
to
we
be?
need to hold it in limbo until, I'll have an answer. I can get you the answer tomorrow. I think we hold it in limbo. If it is, in fact, a tie that the mayor needs to break, then we continue the vote at the next meeting. If the answer is clear one way or the other, I will tell you that the answer is clear one way or the other. I don't really see another solution sitting here this evening, because I just don't want to tell you something off the top of my head and then find out that I gave you the wrong advice.
Okay, Eve.
I don't know if it's relevant at this point. I'm fine with continuing, but I feel comfortable with my vote because I feel that the 2-acre property is a part of the school, and the house on it is relatively small, and I feel like they do have the right to use that property, and to say that they can only keep the size of the building that's there now, I think is very constraining on a piece of property that they own. So as I said, I'm willing to have further discussion, but I'm also comfortable with my vote given the information I had. So.
Okay, so Trishka, I just want to make sure that legally us continuing this in light of this
I don't see it
confusion.
as a revote. I think what is really in limbo is just the outcome of the vote that has taken place, and Mayor, whether or not there's a tie for you to break.
Correct.
And so I want to look at it tomorrow so that I can give you a correct answer rather than answer off the top of my head. And the answer is either going to be it passed, it did not pass, or on November 8th, you need to finish the vote by having the mayor break the tie.
Okay, so just as a courtesy to the Hun School, Adam, could you bring Rich back in? I just want to get Rich a 32
that's fair.
second, 32 seconds to say whatever he thinks about this situation.
All right, so this is just legal talk now. I respectfully believe that the 3-to-1 vote is a vote that is a majority that passes. And the example I would give you is if 5 of you were present for a hearing, you would have a quorum. And if the vote was 3-2, the vote would pass because it was a majority of eligible voters. So I would suggest to you that this vote is done and that the ordinance has passed. I understand, Trishka's concern. My other request would be perhaps the mayor could cast a provisional vote if we're holding things in abeyance. And this way we would know where we are when Trishka does her research. He can do a provisional vote. It would not count unless Trishka says there's a tie and it needs to break the tie.
That crossed my mind, but I didn't want to put the mayor in that spot.
Well,
maybe,
that's a very interesting.
wants
That's
to
a
be.
very interesting.
It's okay with you, Mayor.
That's the job, so it's no big deal.
Maybe he's willing to do it, in which case we may not have no issue at all, and we can all
Well,
go
let me
home.
say this. So when Rich was first speaking, I was feeling the tire tracks on my back, but he kind of saved himself with that last suggestion, which whether there is or isn't precedent for it, I'm comfortable with it. I think it's an interesting suggestion, and and I won't engage in a debate with him about the number of eligible voters and do we or don't we have a majority, because we still have a lot to do tonight. You don't need to listen to attorneys arguing with each other, but I do think the idea of a provisional vote is an interesting one, and unless there are members of the council who have an issue with that, I'm fine with it.
Okay, does anyone have a problem with me saying how I would have voted if I'm legally allowed to vote? Okay, if I'm legally allowed to vote, I would vote no.
Okay.
That's why I want to
Thanks,
make sure
Mayor.
we do it the right way, because it's a very different outcome.
That's exactly right. And that's why I'm not going to give you an answer tonight. I'm going to think about it and do the research and give you an answer tomorrow, because there is a lot riding on the outcome.
Yes, I want to make sure we do it the right way.
Yep.
Okay,
Thank you all. Thanks a lot.
thank you all. All right, okay. So now we have another public hearing on different ordinance 2021-32. An ordinance by the municipality of Princeton concerning landscaper registration, noise and gas-powered landscaping equipment, particularly gas leaf blowers, and amending Chapter 10C of the Code of the Township of Princeton, New Jersey, 1968, and Chapter 21 of the Code of the Borough of Princeton, New Jersey, 1974. So now, how are we instructing people to use the Chinese? I guess there's a Chinese, the Spanish translation, which I think is a different channel.
Mark, if Christine Symington is allowed to share, there we go.
Yep.
This will explain how to do it.
Yeah, I
for
didn't
those-
actually see her still there as a participant, so thank you.
Yeah. And I'd like to say, as we go into this, for just ask people to speak slowly and clearly to allow the translators time to do their work.
That's pretty key. Okay. Who is starting this presentation off?
Do we have to introduce first?
Yeah, I've just read it off. So if you want to move it now or wait till after
I
the
would like to
discussion.
move, I would like to move it.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, David has the second. Okay, so who's starting the presentation?
I don't think there really isn't a presentation. There's a lot of material in the packet, which hopefully everybody has had a chance to review. I had some thank yous that I wanted to read, if this is an appropriate time to do that, or I could do that after public comment. Should I
Well,
do
they'd
that?
be, you can read them first or after. You want you just go ahead and read them and then we've got them covered.
I'll read my thank yous. So I want to thank the members of the Landscaping Project Steering Committee who have been working on this project since the beginning of 2021 in alphabetical order. Eve Colson, Board Member, Sustainable Princeton. Freddie Estrada from Dogwood Landscaping. Paula Figueroa Vega, founding partner of MAPPA Consulting. Samuel Garcia, intern with Sustainable Princeton. John Hauner from the Human Services Commission. Molly Jones, Executive Director of Sustainable Princeton. Maria Huega, Principal Tabasco LLC, and our faithful translator. Jenny Ludmer of Sustainable Princeton. Betsy Marshall from the Rutgers School of Public Health. Tommy Parker from the Civil Rights Commission. Ana Paulo Pazmina, Executive Director of Unidad Latina and Acción. Josh Perlswig from Sustainable Princeton. Maritza Raimundo Petrowski, founding partner, MAPPA Consulting. Tammy Sands, chair of the Environmental Commission. Rick Strauss from the Board of Health. Christine Symington of Sustainable Princeton. Phyllis Teitelbaum, co-founder from Quiet Princeton. Sharon McCrae, intern of Rutgers Environmental Stewardship. James Lamonti, MPH candidate at the Rutgers School of Public Health. Tulia Jimenez Vergara of LAUDEF's Futura program, and Partners for Places, which provided the grant money that enabled this project to move forward. And in addition to the Sustainable Landscaping group, I also want to thank Tony Lunn of Quiet Princeton, Grace Sinden, a former member of the Board of Health and the Environmental Commission, as is Tony, Eunice Wong of Quiet Princeton, and Princeton's Environmental Commission for their work in promoting sustainable and quiet landscaping. So as I said at the introduction, this is an attempt to do an environmentally sustainable achieve an environmentally sustainable goal while simultaneously focusing on social justice and racial equity. And it's been a long haul, but we're here. And I think our project partners are, happy to be here and, excited about the outcome, about moving this forward. So that's just what I wanted to say.
Okay, thanks. David.
Yeah, I have one very minor correction that I want to suggest to the ordinance that's in our packet. It is to section P1. And
do you know what page that is, David?
David, you're muted, so we're not hearing what you're saying.
Page 116, maybe? I think page 116 or 17, 116.
it is, yeah, well, yeah, it's 116. So the way that section 1 reads, it's saying that between March 15th to May 15th and between October 1st to December 15th, no person shall operate or cause or permit the operation of any gas-powered leaf blower at any time on Sundays, New Year's Day, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day, Thanksgiving.
David,
yeah.
We changed this. This is not the right version. We already made the change that you suggested. I'm sorry.
Oh, you did. Okay.
So
I'm
yeah,
sorry. I'm looking at
the only holiday that is listed in there in the final version is Thanksgiving. I think the ordinance went out separately and it wasn't updated in the packet. So the change, I think, was summarized in the memo from the attorney that follows the document. if you look at that, on page 121, you'll see that change, which was your suggestion. Thank you. Does get rid of all the holidays except Thanksgiving.
Okay. Yeah, I see it in the memo.
Yeah,
Sorry.
sorry about that.
Okay. Other council questions or comments? Leticia?
Yes, thank you. I want to first say that I am most definitely in favor of any policies that we can move forward that that will protect our environment, promote sustainability, and protect the health of our most vulnerable. And and I definitely would support what this ordinance does. I only have some, I don't know that I would refer to them as reservations, but I did look at some of the input that was provided from landscapers during a focus group meeting of the participants. And just, based on some of the comments that I read, I just want to ensure that whatever we do to monitor, to enforce, regarding enforcement, and to ensure that our workers will truly be protected, that our vulnerable population will truly be protected. I know, it's if we could do what's reasonable. I know one of them, I chuckle, but at the same time, it's true. You say, we're so concerned about the environment. Why don't we ban gas powered vehicles? Why don't we require everyone to drive electric vehicles? And that's not realistic, obviously, but we could be doing more. We could have taken the lead in banning plastic bags and containers and all that. So we could be doing more. And the concern that was expressed in the comments was, why us? You're cutting our wings. How you're cutting our how we live, how we make a living. But I understand what we're trying to accomplish here. And so my main, I just want to be assured that whatever we do to how we're going to monitor compliance, including registration. I know we've tried this in the past. I think it was 2014 when the landscaping registration ordinance was adopted. And I know that not everybody has registered. So I really want to ensure how are we going to monitor and enforce registration. Does that mean that landscapers will not be allowed to do business here in Princeton if they're not registered? And if they don't know that they need to register, so make sure that the education that we're going to do an outreach, that everybody is very clear that and that we actually are able to assist individuals. Not everybody's computer literate. Whatever it's going to take for individuals to be able to register, that they get assistance with that. I know during the presentation of this ordinance, when it was introduced, it was suggested that perhaps funds could be raised to help the small landscaping companies to convert over to battery operated equipment, just to make sure that those who are most vulnerable, who really truly work sometimes more than 2 jobs in order to support their family, that we're not hurting them, and that there's no unintended consequences as a result of us adopting this ordinance.
Eve.
Yeah, I want to address a couple of the points that Leticia raised. So I'm going to leave the funding to Molly Jones of Sustainable Princeton, who's going to address that issue. We'll be hiring a code enforcement officer, and the intent of this is to educate I think we'd all be happy if no fines were ever levied. And the intent of the code enforcement officer and the education effort that will go along with this in the council packet, you'll see we've asked for $10,000 for next year for ads, for materials to be distributed to landscapers to ensure that they know at this point. I think the committee that led by Sustainable Princeton has a pretty good handle on who is operating in town and has been actually going, out and talking to individual crews and owners to make sure that they are aware of the changes that are coming. There will be, in the first time when the ordinance goes into effect this year, there'll be up to 2 warnings issued before there's any punitive action. And then going forward, there will be a warning as well, even, into next year and beyond, to ensure that this is used as an educational opportunity rather than a punitive. That is not the intention at all. And I think also in the packet are some things that speak. There's a statement from Betsy Marshall and our James Lamonti both from the Rutgers School of Public Health about the unique damage that's caused both to hearing and due to PMP2, I'm getting that wrong always, particulate matter that is really harmful in measure for measure. These leaf blowers that combine gas and oil are much more damaging to the lungs and other parts, other health of the people that are using them than automobile emissions are. So it really is a kind of uniquely bad health risk as compared to many other health risks that are out there. But that material is also in the council packet, and also in the council packet is a proposal to monitor with the enforcement officer, would go to public safety and the Civil Rights Commission to see what kinds of warnings and, if necessary, court appearances were done to monitor for any signs of racial inequity or problems, so that we could, I think it was every 2 or 3 months going forward that that data would be assembled and examined. So there is definitely a built-in system to ensure that we don't see damages to people's livelihoods that that we realize a year later that there are problems. So we do intend to monitor that on an ongoing basis. I hope that answered some of your questions.
Thank you, Eve. And if I can just add, another concern is that I would want for us to monitor, it's suggested that for residents can report violations through the See-Click Fix and taking photographs of somebody who's in violation. I do have some concerns on that. So I want to make sure that we are also monitoring that.
Other council comments before we get to public comment? Michelle?
First of all, just thank you, Eve, and everyone who's been involved in this, and thanks for acknowledging everyone. It's tremendously a tremendous amount of work, and it's been very comprehensive, and you've taken into consideration, I think, all the various needs of the employees, their health. And I just have a quick question about, and I also noticed that there's a long, series of warnings that people will get before they're actually be fined, so people can really become accustomed. I did ask this question before, but I don't remember the answer. There's some supply chain issues with getting the electric leaf blowers because of all the supply chain issues. And I think that the timing was extended a little bit, but do we have any more knowledge about that? Because we do want people to be able, the landscapers and individual residents to be able to transition into buying those. But if they're not available, that's a big problem.
Yeah, I think that's something we're gonna have to keep our eye on. You know, we do just so impossible to know what's gonna happen with the supply chain for the rest of this year. I mean, pretty much until December 15th, we're now, I'm sure, as you've noticed, we're now in leaf season. So the gas leaf blowers are allowed and other gas powered equipment. And then the need is really pretty minimal until the spring, when again, the gas leaf blowers are allowed. So really, I think it's going to be, next late May, June, when the need for an alternative source is really going to come into play for those who want to use a blower of some kind. And I think that's a really good point, Michelle, and that wasn't sort of part of our official check-in, but I think that should be, making sure that there are alternatives out there and that people aren't stranded without equipment.
No, I appreciate that. I'm sure that you'll take that into consideration as you have everything else, but thank you. I wanted to mention that. I just have one point of order. I'm just wondering at some point if we want to talk about maybe tabling a resolution that's later on the agenda tonight. And not to interrupt, but we're going pretty late and this looks like it's going really long.
Well, when we're done this,
okay,
right, because we've already introduced this.
Yes.
So basically there's a motion on the table, so we need to finish this first.
Okay.
Okay, so why don't we jump to public comment? Adam, can you bring in the first person? And again, we try to limit comment to 3 minutes. Just say your name and your address when you start talking. That'd be very helpful for the clerk.
Okay, first we have Simena.
Yes, hi. My name is Simena Skavron. I live at 166 Cedar Lane in Princeton, and I support this proposed ordinance, and moreover, I feel it doesn't go far enough. I support a complete ban on gas-powered landscaping equipment with a reasonable phase-out period. I am one of many residents in the Riverside neighborhood who have expressed concern regarding the toxicity of fumes and the excessive noise of gas-powered leaf blowers and other lawn equipment. While some of us do our own landscaping with manual or battery-operated mowers and our own composting, we cannot avoid the fumes and noise coming from other properties that make it unpleasant and even hazardous to take a walk or sit on our front porch, to linger on a corner, chatting with a neighbor, or tending to a child in a stroller, that interfere with our use and enjoyment of our own yards, and that even interfere with our ability to telecommute because we cannot hear our colleagues. When I first moved to Princeton, my 2-year-old was routinely startled out of sleep when the landscapers across the street arrived with their fleet, unloaded, and started them all up simultaneously to work on several properties at once. They still do that 4 years later, and we still, every time, whether outside our house or in it, feel an immediate physical and mental disturbance in whatever we are doing. Our quality of life is further impacted by the fact that there is no escaping the noise and toxic fumes, even in so-called open spaces. They are present and audible from private properties surrounding open space preserves. They are audible from portions of the canal path, and most pitifully of all, toxic fumes waft onto nearby school playgrounds. And riding mowers and leaf blowers circulate continuously around our municipal parks at times that the public and our children are using them. It seems that this shouldn't be the best that we can do for ourselves and for our children. I feel that it is nonsensical that the quality of all of our lives and our health is being compromised for what is in effect an aesthetic concern, since we do have greener alternatives available with battery-powered equipment. Such alternatives may be imperfect, but they do accomplish the task in a comparable manner, and that compromise, in my mind, is worth it if we get an environment with cleaner air and lower noise levels. My family and I have always used manual, electric, and battery-operated lawn equipment for our quarter acre, and a number of our neighbors do as well. And we do not find any difference. Perhaps our lawn is not as perfect, but it's certainly comparable. And we also had no problems whatsoever purchasing these items on Amazon or Home Depot. I would welcome any effort that the council could undertake to educate landowners on sustainable landscaping practices, because we are often ignorant of our options. Finally, I would say that I understand and sympathize with the concern of landscape owners, of landscape workers regarding the costs of replacing their equipment. And I would propose one solution to this problem, which would be to create a buyback program of gas-powered equipment that the town could fund using the $55,000 in funds that the Sustainable Princeton was awarded for assisting landscapers to make this transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, can we bring in the next person, please?
Yes, Mayor, bringing over Tammy.
Hello, Tammy Sands, Chair of the Princeton Environmental Commission. Good evening, Mayor Frida, Council President Fraga, and council members. I just wanted to clarify one thing that I believe was what Council President Fraga had brought up as a concern, and that was about plastic bags. And I actually just wanted to mention that the Princeton Environmental Commission did work on trying to help slide out plastic bags for quite some time. And then the state finally beat us to that. So I just wanted to clarify that there has been other things addressed. During July 2020, a resolution regarding environmental justice, but what should really be referred to as climate justice, because this term more accurately captures combined social and environmental justice issues, was endorsed by Princeton Environmental Commission. The resolution was formulated by PEC in so that a red thread, this is an expression referring to the core idea of something, be sewn through all actions and decisions considered by the Commission from that point forward. Thus began the cultivation of sustainable landscaping. As a result, the Partners for Places grant, secured by Sustainable Princeton, for the Changing the Landscape Healthy Yards Equals Healthy People project, was timely and of high value. Timely as in December 2020, a public outcry about the ill effects of gas leaf blowers were voiced at the first most widely publicly attended PEC meeting. Of high value because this project has augmented PEC's typical stakeholder engagement process for all voices, not only to be listened to, but to actually be heard. Workers expressed their concerns about their health and the health of the environment. They care about it. And we have a responsibility to attend to workers who provide services within our community, as well as address our residents' concerns. Lastly, but not least, is that after approximately 20 to 25 years of publicly vocalized concerns and resultless actions, despite guidances and resources which simply have not been effective enough, the council's endorsement will establish Princeton as a modern progressive town that tackles local policy with enhanced approaches, inclusive to all, and I will include Mother Earth in this, as we strive for an equitably just, sustainable community. As a first step in the transition to sustainable landscaping, and this is not just specifically about gas leaf blowers or a one-to-one replacement of gas-powered equipment to electric or battery-powered. At our May meeting, Princeton Environmental Commission unanimously recommended to amend existing ordinances. We also received written support from the Board of Health. Additionally, sustainable landscaping practices are backed by scientific data. And within the steering committee, as well as other organizations, many of us are committed to various manners to support the landscapers through this transition. PEC would like to express our gratitude to all the partners who have contributed to this equitable process, which was extremely challenging at times, but well worth the effort as we learned a new inclusive way to grow as individuals and as a community. So PEC asks of you, our mayor, and our council to support this red thread approach as a first and crucial step on the path to sustainable landscaping as we weave a climate justice tapestry of not only red, or green for that matter, but of all colors for our residents, our service providers, and our visitors alike. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Adam, can we bring in the next person, please?
Yes, bringing over John.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, John.
Okay, I'm John Heilner, House Circle in Princeton. First, I'd like to clarify that my comments are my own, not those of the Sustainable Princeton Subcommittee, on which I've been very honored to serve since January. Although I do hope they reflect our 10 months of deliberations. Also, my comments are not those of the Princeton Human Services Commission, on which I serve, and where I am chair of the Immigration Subcommittee. Second, I'd like to thank Christine Symington especially for mediating our subcommittee and its different points of view, kind of like herding cats at times, and keeping us on track. Also, Councilwoman Niedergang for patiently listening, making suggestions, and ensuring that what we propose is in keeping with town regulations and the law. And I know she consulted with the municipal attorney, especially in the last few weeks. Also, I'd like to thank Josh Perlswag and Samuel Garcia for doing the laborious detail work that was required to gather input from the landscapers and put together very helpful summaries. The subcommittee had to balance the very important objectives of improving our environment, both carbon emissions and the noise on one hand, with not placing too heavy a burden on our landscaping company owners and their workers. I should emphasize that most of the 70 to 80 landscaping companies that operate in Princeton are small and are owned and operated by people of color, primarily Latinos. Their workers are almost all Latino, and they will benefit from the environmental improvements, but they certainly will not benefit if their companies go out of business. So we've really sought to achieve a careful balance here. The financial burden on these small companies may not seem extreme, but when you operate at tiny margins, it is very significant. First, there is a capital cost of purchasing 1 or 2 battery-operated leaf blowers and at least 1 spare battery pack for use in the 7.5 months per year that they will be required by many property owners. Second, for those property owners that do want at least minimal cleanup of grass clippings and leaves off their driveways, patios, and walks, even if not the lawn after mowing, there is also an increased labor cost because it takes longer to do this with battery versus gas powered. Battery powered are just not as powerful. Yes, Sustainable Princeton will try to educate homeowners to leave the leaves, but most will want some minimal cleanup. I've now lived on both sides of town, and my own experience is that the leaves don't take a complete holiday during these 7.5 off months. They continue to fall on my patio and my walkway. I don't really care about the leaves falling on the grass those months. So in conclusion, I hope that the council will pass this very good ordinance and also approve the very small funding that Eva suggested to inform all property owners and landscapers of these very, very fundamental changes to what they have been used to for so long, in fact, for decades. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Adam, can we bring in the next person?
Yes, bringing over Maria.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I add my voice to John's comments in thanks to
Maria, I'm sorry, could you just say your name and address real quick for us?
Maria Juega, Grover Avenue.
Thank you.
I add my thanks to Christine Symington and to Eve Niedergaard for steering us through the process. I am also a member of the Sustainable Princeton committee on this project, and I am speaking solely for myself. I am full support of this ordinance and this effort. I do have one remaining concern with the ordinance, which specifically is what I believe is an unclear definition or not sufficiently clear definition of what for hire means. That's on page 3 of the ordinance, which I think specifically and explicitly should exclude employees of either a landscaping company and or an individual homeowner who is working under the direction of his or her employer as not being subject to this ordinance, not being subject to registration, not being subject to being fined if in violation of the ordinance. I believe that under the most current ABC rule of the New Jersey Department of Labor, someone who is employed by a homeowner to perform landscaping services as a domestic worker is an employee, even though he may not be a full-time employee of the homeowner, and is acting under the direction of the employer, i.e. the homeowner. The homeowner would typically provide him with all the tools necessary to perform the work, and therefore this person would not be subject to this ordinance. We have several of these workers who have attended some of our focus groups, and I want to make sure that these individuals are not would not be required to register and would not be subject to fines. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Adam, okay. Eve, you want to address that now?
I'm actually going to ask Lisa to address that because we've gone back and forth over this one. I think she has some reassuring information.
Well, currently let me back up a second. The current requirements have been in place in the municipality since 2014. And even before that, they've been in place since 2005. So this portion of the ordinance isn't new. The only major change to the landscaping requirements is for the certificate of insurance for people who are subject to the workers' compensation requirements. I just wanted to clarify that. So this language isn't new. This has been around for some time. So Maria's questions have to do with the some of the language in the ordinance regarding what for hire means and the types of people who are going to have to register. So for hire is defined in the ordinance, and also the business of landscaping is defined. So for hire means anyone who's paid or accepts payment or compensation for completion of services, and landscape and landscaping in the ordinance means it's anyone who's in the business, occupation, or trade of, and then it goes into different types of landscaping. So, I mean, the way it's currently drafted, basically, if you engage in any type of landscaping and you're paid for it, you're subject to the registration requirements. The municipality hasn't really looked at and isn't concerned with, I should say, in these definitions with the relationship between the people who are hiring the landscapers and the actual landscapers. So if they're employees of a homeowner and the only thing they do is landscaping, then they are subject to this ordinance. But if on the other hand, if they're a domestic employee who happens to do some lawn mowing for them once in a while, I don't think they're in the business of landscaping. But you know, but basically the way it's defined is, you know, the definitions are in the ordinance, and it's you know, you have to be engaged in the landscaping business. So again, we're not, and the ordinance isn't concerned with whether or not you're working for a landscaping company per se or a homeowner. It's really the nature of the business that you're engaged in. And the reason for this is also because of the responsibility that's placed on this individual. We want to make sure that they are as educated as anybody else to understand what the noise requirements are. And this all started with the leaf and brush requirements back in 2005 in the former township. So it's a responsibility as well. So I don't know if that answers your question, if it helps clarify, but that's sort of the genesis for the definitions and also how the violations work is that it well, I should back up. It's not so much the violations, but the requirement for registration is applicable, but there's no fee for registration. So it's not a particularly difficult requirement to actually register. And again, the main goal of registration is education, and it's to make sure that those registering have copies of the noise ordinance and the leaf and brush ordinance. So it's not intended to be punitive. Just throwing out that history as well, that might be helpful.
Thank you, Lisa.
So can I just clarify? So I thought when we spoke earlier today that if someone was working directly for a homeowner using the homeowner's tools, it was more similar to like a domestic employee. Is that
right? So if I guess it would, I think, depend on a case-by-case basis. So if you're hired to do general work around someone's house and you happen to do some of them, something that's traditionally considered landscaping, I mean, you're not in the business, occupation, or trade of landscaping under this ordinance. You're a domestic employee, and you're maybe more of a handyman or handywoman or handy person, where you're doing various different things. So, I mean, this ordinance was always intended to apply to people who are in the business of landscaping and that are advertising landscaping. And I mean, usually they have more than one client. I mean, I guess if you work for someone and you only have one client, you could still be in the business of landscaping if you truly are a professional landscaper and that's all you do, and you do come with your own equipment. But if it's hard to draw a bright line on this, just because I think it depends on the nature of the individual doing the work and their relationship with the homeowner. But I'll also say we haven't had issues with this in the past. So this isn't, and most of the companies are landscaping most of the landscapers who will be required to register are landscaping companies. So and again, there will be discretion involved. So the code enforcement officer will go out and will, have an opportunity to talk to someone before issuing a violation. Most likely, they usually don't just send someone a notice of violation. There is an investigation, albeit somewhat short, and it won't be the most involved investigation, but there will be an investigation. And if they find out that a landscaper is actually a domestic employee working for someone and they do a lot of different work, they can exercise discretion on a case-by-case basis in those situations. I don't think that's going to come up much. I've never really heard of this being an issue, but just historically, it's been the big landscaping companies that have been the reason for the registration requirement from 16 years ago in the township.
Okay. Thank you.
That helps at all, or if it muddies the waters, but just wanted to try and give you a little history of it as well.
We have a process that's meant to be educational and not punitive. So I think the intent is to help people understand what they need to do. So
right. And even if everyone had to register, there's no cost. They can be helped, with the forms. It's a relatively easy process.
Okay. Terrific. Thank you. Adam, can we bring in the next person, please?
Yes, bringing over Molly.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Molly Jones, Executive Director of Sustainable Princeton. Obviously, this is such a important step that we're all here to acknowledge tonight. Over the last year, Sustainable Princeton has been proud to be the organizer of the grant-funded project Changing the Landscape, which has sought to improve both the health of the environment and the health of workers through the adoption of sustainable landscaping practices. The proposed ordinance changes being considered by the council represent an important next step in transitioning away from fossil fuel powered equipment This is just one piece of the puzzle and one step, but one that is real and immediate and will have immediate positive impacts. In order to build upon these potential changes and the effort put forth by our project partners, Sustainable Princeton is establishing a fund to incentivize the transition to battery-powered lawn equipment by providing financial assistance to the landscaping community. Details are being finalized, but our aim is to provide meaningful reimbursements for the purchase of battery-powered equipment to as many small landscaping businesses as possible that meet some basic criteria. We envision a simple program in which registered landscapers qualify by providing basic business descriptions, submit proof of purchase for battery-powered equipment, and agree to provide feedback on that equipment use. Our hope is to raise a total of $35,000 for this fund and to begin distributing reimbursements by January 1st of 2022. We're happy to share that our project partner, Quiet Princeton, is committing to provide up to $2,500 in matching support to donations made by Quiet Princeton members. If anyone is interested in contributing to this effort, please do so by December 1st via the donation tab on our website. We are excited by the step forward being considered here tonight and for the positive impact it will have on the environment and landscaping workers. If you don't mind, I'm going to take a moment and share a portion of the statement I just articulated in Spanish. I know that we have a translator here tonight, but in our commitment to the community that we're working to serve here, we want to give them this recognition. Con el fin de aprovechar estos cambios potenciales y el esfuerzo realizado por nuestros compañeros del proyecto, Sustainable Princeton está estableciendo un fondo para incentivar la transición a equipos que funcionan con baterías. Con este fondo, brindaremos asistencia financiera a la comunidad de jardinería. Se están ultimando los detalles del fondo, pero nuestro objetivo es proporcionar reembolsos significados por la compra de equipos que funcionan con baterías a la mayoría cantidad posible de pequeñas empresas de jardinería. Imaginemos un programa simple en que los jardineros registrados pueden calificar al proporcionamos una descripción comercial básica del equipo, nos envía un comprobante de compra de una herramienta que opera con baterías y aceptamos tenemos comentarios y retroalimentación sobre su experiencia con el uso del equipo. Nuestra esperanza es recaudar $35,000 de este fondo y comenzar a distribuirlo después del 1 de enero de 2022. Bueno, si está interesado en contribuir en esta iniciativa, hágalo a través del Princeton de donaciones en nuestro website. Okay, thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Molly. Adam, can we bring in the next person, please?
Yes, bringing over Karen.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Karen Zumble. I live on Battle Road. I'm currently a member of the Princeton Environmental Commission and the Princeton Flood and Stormwater Commission. My statement is both on behalf of the PC and personally. Members of Council, you've been hearing the problems with gas leak blowers both tonight and over the past year during the presentations to Council members, to committees, to the public, and through outreach programs, many of which I attended. This ordinance began via resolution by the PEC and is the result of almost a year of compromises and negotiations among the many diverse interested parties, including individuals working as landscapers, landscaping companies, nonprofits, commissioners, and of course, council. The new rule before you tonight is an important first step towards protecting the workers, the residents of Princeton, the animals, and the environment. By mandating the release of certain information regarding Princeton's laws and the use of protective equipment, this ordinance is a great first step in protecting the health and safety of workers. By regulating the use of gas-powered equipment, this ordinance is a great first step towards protecting the workers, the environment, my personal hearing loss and tinnitus issues, and granting me quiet enjoyment of my backyard with my chickens and puppy. While in the future, I'll advocate for a more comprehensive, sustainable landscaping ordinance, including stronger rules regarding the regulation of gas leaf blowers and other gas-powered equipment, as well as rules regarding the poisons we put in our soils and water, and rules for greater protections for the glorious old large trees of Princeton. I strongly urge you to adopt this ordinance into law effective immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Adam, can we bring the next person in, please?
Yes, bringing over Eunice.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Eunice Wong. I live on Moore Street, and I'm a leading member of Quiet Princeton. Thank you so much, Council, for getting us this far on this issue. I wholeheartedly support this ordinance for a seasonal ban on gas leaf blowers with a few important caveats. There's a very strong public desire for a year-long ban on GLBs. The petition I created in December of last year called for a year-long ban and gathered over 400 local Princeton signatories within just a few weeks. A PEC meeting in December 2020 broke all prior attendance records when a gas leaf blower ban was discussed as a priority for this year. I also run the Next Door Quiet Princeton group, a local online group focused on banning or strictly regulating gas leaf blowers, which currently has over 125 members. And there are constantly people joining, and there's no recruitment on Quiet Princeton's part. The posts on this group clearly demonstrate a public desire for a year-long ban. Town Topics has had a lot of letters to the editor asking for a ban. Back in the fall of last year, there was at least one letter every week, sometimes more. So this ordinance is a great step, but it's important, as others have said, that it's a first step. This ordinance can be the catalyst for a widespread paradigm shift in awareness. There was an article today in the New York Times, which was great timing, discussing the huge range of damage caused by GLBs. The author quotes experts saying that hydrocarbon emissions from a half hour of yard work with the two-stroke leaf blower are about the same as a 3,900-mile drive from Texas to Alaska in a Ford pickup truck. As much as a third of the gas from leaf blowers is spewed into the air as unburned aerosol. Some of them produce more than 100 decibels of sound, which is as much noise as a plane taking off. And more than 100 US cities have passed regulations to ban or restrict GLBs. And electric lawn equipment now represents about 44% of lawn care machinery sales, and that number is growing. So Quiet Princeton supports today's ordinance as a first and crucial step, and our supporters strongly urge Council to pass this ordinance. But the next step after this short phase 1 seasonal ban should be a year-round ban. Landscapers and residents can realize that they can live without GLBs year-round, just like before they were invented. And there are many, many Princeton residents who feel this way. So thank you to all of you for all your hard work, your time, and your patience on this issue.
Thank you. Adam, bring in the next person, please.
Okay, bringing over Phyllis.
My name is Phyllis Teitelbaum. I live on Hawthorne Avenue. 5 years ago, Tony Lunn and I founded Quiet Princeton. I've been reading about other municipalities' ordinances for these 5 years, and I wanted to try to put what Princeton may do this evening into context. If you pass this revised noise ordinance, you will be in the trend that is already happening among other municipalities. There are over 100 municipalities in the United States that have partial bans or even year-round bans on gas leaf blowers. But Princeton has done something unique, and that is we involved our landscapers. In all the reading that I've done, I have not found a single other municipality that has included landscapers in its planning for a gas leaf blower ordinance. The provisions in the proposed ordinance are actually provisions, some of which were suggested by the landscapers themselves, and all of which were things that they said they could live with. And this is really quite extraordinary, and Princeton should be proud. But this, as Eunice and others have said, is just a first step. We need a paradigm shift in landscaping, and Princeton has started to try to educate its people and its landscapers about this paradigm shift. Once we make that paradigm shift, gas leaf blowers will become obsolete, and a year-round ban will not be a problem for anyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Phyllis. Adam, can we bring in the next person, please?
Yes, bringing over Lisa.
Hi. Can you hear me? Hello.
Hi, Lisa.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Council, for hearing me. My name is Lisa O'Neill Wright. I live on Prospect Avenue. And I'm going to be making a more personal comment than some of the others who've gone before me. I'm in support of the ordinance, and that is I have a personal medical reason for hating leaf blower noise. For the past 11 years, I've had a movement disorder called blepharospasm that makes my eyelids spasm shut in reaction to certain triggers. And one of the worst triggers is noise. So if I'm out in our yard and leaf blowers start up at any of the houses around us, and our neighborhood is has fairly small lots, so there are quite a few yards close by, then my eyes will spasm shut and I can only open them again with some effort. And if the noise is still going, they'll just clamp shut again. So I won't be able to just sit in the yard with my eyes open until the noise stops. And if I give up and let my eyes close, I will still have facial and jaw spasms, which are very unpleasant and exhausting. And even if I go inside my house, often if it's just at a neighbor's house or one of the houses right around me, the noise will still be loud enough that it is bothering me inside. So, and since the landscapers go often from one house to the next in the neighborhood, the noise can go on for hours. I will say leaf blower noise is not the only thing that can trigger my spasms, but it feels like the worst because there's nothing I can do to avoid it. So it would really make a difference in my life if the town does go forward and curtail the use of gas leaf blowers, and hopefully, as everyone's been saying, go even further and eventually stop the use altogether. I also just want to mention that my husband works at home, not just since the pandemic, but always has. And his work involves taping podcasts and videos that he will get posted on internet websites. And if now and then a loud truck drives by or a dog barks in the neighborhood, that's fine. Not a big deal. But when a high decibel leaf blower is running for hours, it really does create a problem for him for work. And then, you know, we both share all of the environmental concerns, the concerns about the workers, and just the desire to be outdoors in peace. And so I hope that homeowners, not just the landscapers, but homeowners in Princeton can be educated towards more sustainable attitudes about their yards. But in any case, I'm very excited about this first step and hope that this will pass and then we'll go on from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. All right, Adam, bring in the next person, please. John, if you could unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is John Herron, 1900 East Leroy Street, Pensacola, Florida. I'll be brief. My interest in gas leaf blowers started when leaf blower noise invaded our home. A breakthrough moment occurred when 9 blowers in one day operated near our home, 4 at one property 2 homes away, 4 at a property across the street, and 1 a block away that was plainly audible inside our home. Is a perfectly manicured lawn without a speck worth all that noise and pollution? I'm not alone. These 2-stroke engines create excessive and unnecessary noise And when the noise and pollutants spread to others and our public sidewalks, it becomes a community health matter and also an environmental matter. They're super polluters. The carcinogens are off the charts compared to today's cars. As you vote tonight, this issue is now before the Pensacola Environmental Commission too. I comment tonight and I comment to thank you. Thank you for your vision, for your time on this important public health and social justice issue. 4 Florida municipalities have addressed it, and now Pensacola is too. Princeton, your work and your leadership will reach cities across the country, including Pensacola. Thank you, Councilwoman Niedergang, for leading the way. Thank you, Mayor Frieda, for participating in the workshops and the landscapers for striving balance. I also thank the landscape business owners and the landscape workers for participating in the process. You're taking steps to improve Princeton neighborhoods and also communities across the country.
Thank you, John. Adam, I think we have one more person with their hand up.
Yes, bringing over Tony.
Good evening. I am Tony Lunn, Hawthorne Avenue, and a co-founder of Quiet Princeton. I want to thank the many people who have helped to make this whole event this evening possible. The Environmental Commission for proposing it to the Council, to Sustainable Princeton for establishing a magnificent structure to support all the complex issues that go along with this, which, as Phyllis points out, almost no other town that we know of has ever done, and we are very, very special. Thirdly, to our Quiet Princeton supporters who, as you know, have been making comments to you and to the community via various methods over the many years, and who have helped to bring this issue to the fore, but also serve as a permanent reminder that this is not a trivial issue by a few annoyed people. There's a very large base of people who are concerned. And finally, to Councillor Niedergang, who has worked extraordinarily hard to address many varied, complex concerns to try as best she can to resolve all the various issues. We're very, very appreciative of all this. We at Quiet Princeton are proud to put our money where our mouths and our ears and our lungs are. And as Molly of Sustainable Princeton just announced, to fund a significant amount of matching funds for the Transition Fund, and members of Quiet Princeton who donate to that fund will have their funds matched by us. The serious harm of these things is well known. I won't say anything more about that except that there should be no right to have the noise of a jet plane and the pollution of a 19th century factory unleashed across my garden fence. And there should be we should not be a society which allows workers to use such terrible equipment. We must stop this immediately. This is indeed only the first step, and we have a lot of wish to move beyond this. Their issue of supply chain was mentioned earlier, and actually that's going to be a very interesting one, because the supply chain may turn out to be that it will not be possible to buy a gasoline-powered leaf blower in the not too distant future. The state of California has just banned the sale of any kind of gas-powered lawn equipment. That's mowers, leaf blowers, the whole shebang, starting 2024. And where California goes, so follows the nation. And one major manufacturer has already announced in the wake of the California ban that it is going to stop making gasoline-powered lawn equipment worldwide starting next year. So it's happening. It's moving very, very fast, and we actually need to keep up with it. Finally, what's next? We do not want a one-to-one replacement of gas leaf blowers with electric leaf blowers. Sure, they're a bit quieter, but they're still noisy. We do need education for people to understand that they don't need to have every leaf removed from their lawn. We need to educate the homeowners. It's very important, and a lot of effort needs to go into that. And we need to have more understanding and from the user of the device to realize that the contraption that they are using is causing not just mild annoyance, but significant distress to hundreds of people around, and that it should be used as little as possible, as quietly as possible. Lisa, who spoke about her medical problems, is not the only person at Quiet Princeton who is like that. We have a member who actually had a second house that she would move to when leaf blowers were operating outside her house to just get away. Another member has actually left Princeton in the hope of finding a place somewhere else that has fewer leaf blowers. So thank you all very much for taking this first step.
Thank you, Tony. There were two emails sent to us. I just want to read very quickly. Susan Jeffries, 165 Jefferson Road, wrote, although unable to attend the meeting this evening, I want to voice my support of the ordinance. I am concerned about the health of people who use leaf blowers from the ill effects of close and chronic exposure to gasoline exhaust, and I find the noise pollution that blowers cause disruptive, especially on weekends. I am grateful for the services that lawn care people provide, and I am glad to hear that their financial interest as well as their health concerns have been considered and are better protected by this ordinance. Please read this at the council meeting this evening. Many thanks. And then one other from Grace Sinden, 120 Ridgeview Circle. To Mayor and Council, following are my comments for the official record tonight. We all know that gasoline leaf blowers are harmful to the health of landscape workers, residents, and the environment due to their high volume toxic air, pollutant emissions, and extraordinary noise. As a member of the Princeton Board of Health and Princeton Environmental Commission, I worked on this issue starting 20 years ago, recognizing the public health and environmental damage that gasoline leaf blowers especially cause. We are fortunate to have had a very diligent task force headed by Councilwoman Eve Niedergang, which worked on this issue in the last year. The task force included Sustainable Princeton, the Princeton Environmental Commission, headed by Tammy Sands, and the citizens group Quiet Princeton, among others. I urge the recommendations be moved forward tonight with an affirmative vote. So I believe that is all the comment we had. Are there any further council questions or comments? Mia?
Yeah. My question is what the next steps are for, I know this is just this is a very, very significant milestone, and I'm so excited. And I am wondering, just thinking forward, I know that we want to move forward to whatever the next step is going to be. I'm not going to say what it is, but I'm just wondering what that process will look like.
Well, yeah, thank you, Mayor. The steering committee, as funded by, really comes to an end at the end of this year. We actually have not spent a lot of time focused on what will be next. I'm hoping that the group will continue to meet in an informal way. We've all acquired a lot of expertise. I know this is something the Sustainable Landscaping, as Environmental Commissioner and Chair Tammy Sands said, that this is something that is very important. So I think there are a lot of different issues that will come to the table. As you know, we're working on leaf and brush collection and how to amend that. That's going to have significant effects on both homeowners and landscape companies should we change that. I think we're going to monitor this quite closely in terms of the impact. Keep an eye on funding, the impact on the landscapers, and the education piece, as many people have talked about, is absolutely key, because as long as the paradigm of lawn care is the lawn that is perfectly manicured and has no leaves on it, we cannot achieve that without leaf blowers. So really what we're trying to do and we'll be working on in the coming months is trying to get people to see, for example, the leaves are a precious resource and should not be blown off your property, but should be mulched into your lawn or bunched around your plants to provide, nutrients and homes for animals, flora and fauna. So there's a lot of different elements. I know there's an interest in PEC, in possibly considering some reduction in certain pesticides or herbicides that are used now. So I think there's a lot of different moving parts. And I would say we don't have exactly a model, a definite plan on which element of all these things we're going to move forward on. But I know we will be moving forward. So stay tuned.
Thank you, Eve. Okay, are there any other questions or comments? If not, we'll do the roll call vote on this. All right, seeing none.
One really quick
Yes.
comment. I just want to make sure it's clear, which ordinances or versions you're voting on, because the one that was introduced doesn't have the changes that were sent and that are part of the packet. So I just want to make sure you guys make that clarification.
Right. So it's
the two changes, and Lisa can specify this, were the change in basically taking out a repeat of the months that the holidays that you're not allowed to use gas leaf blowers. And the other change, Lisa, that was, I think.
Yes, the other one was the language on page 6, I believe.
I'm going to jump in.
I'm sorry.
Lisa, with the ordinance that you sent that had the red line version.
Yes.
That's the one that we're going to vote on, but that's the one that you need to send to me, because that's not the one you sent earlier. You just sent that in a PDF form and not.
Oh, I will. I'll send that to you in the Word form. And then it also had 2 typographical changes, and they're redlined as well.
right. But that's all in the package that's available.
Yes, it was in the
online.
package. I just wanted to make sure you guys clarified.
It's just not the version that's, if you download the packet, they're pretty minor clarifications, corrections. So,
Yep. Okay.
thank you.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Perone Lambrose,
Yes.
Ms.
Enthusiastic.
Niedergang,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Ms. Fraga,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Sachs.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I just bring up a point right now? We have a resolution 21-331, the transfer liquor license transfer resolution, and I know that there's some maybe some discussion coming up. And in fairness to the applicant and those that want to talk, both pro and con, I didn't know if we wanted to postpone since we're already at 10:30.
I would
Just,
think
so,
that it's-
I'm sorry, Mayor, I just wanted to make the council aware of what the deadlines are,
Yeah.
if it's something that they're even interested in, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, I really see no reason to postpone it. There's still 45 people in the attending the meeting. It's literally, we're going to have an introduction and we're getting right to that resolution. I think it would be unfair not to move ahead. Right? There's time constraints here and everything that we have to be aware of.
Who needs sleep? Eve, you're always enthusiastically, let's go till midnight.
I'm good. I'm just getting started.
There's a lot of people here.
I need your energy.
I'm only in court from 8:30 to 4:30, but I'm still ready to go.
Okay. So why don't we do the ordinance introduction 2021-33, bond ordinance providing for acquisition of open space in and by Princeton in the county of Mercer, New Jersey, appropriating $8,900,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $8,900,000 bonds or notes of Princeton to finance part of the cost thereof. Public hearing November 8th, 2021. Eve makes the motion. Is there a second? Mia has the second. Any council? Again, we're not getting into the pros, cons, or anything, but anybody need any kind of clarification?
No.
Okay.
Just a thank you. Just a good.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut that off. Say it.
Great work to our administrator, Councilwoman Sachs and Niedergang in particular. Great teamwork, and all the people from Friends of Open Space and all. So thank you.
Yep. Great accomplishment for all involved.
Yep.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. It's a roll call vote. Dolores?
Ms. Karan Lambros,
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Ms. Fraga,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Sachs.
Yes.
Okay. 21331, resolution authorizing a place-to-place liquor license transfer to Plainsboro Liquors, Inc. Also doing business as Claridge Wine and Liquor. Is there a motion? Okay.
Well, could I ask if Trishka can talk with us about timing?
Sure. So the regulations say that you have 60 days from the date on which the application is filed to make a decision on it. So that, in this case, the deadline would be November 12th. And you also have, I don't remember the exact number of days within which the delay between when you've published your last notice and when you have to start the public hearing. You're actually past that deadline, although you are allowed to postpone it for good cause, but you are beyond the deadline for having started it. So really, if you wanted to carry it further, you could, but you would need to have good cause in order to do so. And just if it is being considered, just in fairness to the applicant, I just do want to note, I did check with the applicant and they definitely want to go forward tonight. So I just want to make sure you're aware of that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have some questions. I'd love to hear from the applicant and from some of the objectors. I think Trishka has provided us with an excellent memo that will help guide us. But I say let's dig in. Let's see.
And I will say procedurally, I think let the applicant go last so that the applicant has a chance to respond to questions of the council and then anything that the objectors raise or that your staff and professionals may bring up.
Yeah.
And do we need a motion to start the deliberations?
That would help.
Yeah, put the question on the table.
Yes. Okay, so David gets the motion, Eve gets the second. Thank you very much. Okay. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this? If you do, please.
Can I?
I'm sorry, go ahead, David.
Yeah, I just, as Councilwoman Niedergang mentioned, Trishka wrote an incredibly detailed and helpful memo. And just in case members of the public who are in attendance have not had an opportunity to read that, I wonder if Trishka could summarize.
Thank you, David. Yes.
Oh, you're putting me on the hot seat. I'll summarize 10 pages and Words for less.
Oh, you can have 100 words.
Trish, to make it even just a little bit more difficult, if you could just frame for people who are watching what it is that what the issue is, what we're deciding, what we're being asked to decide, and then you could get into the framework. I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, not a problem. Just don't ask me about abstentions, please. Yeah, so what you're having to do tonight is decide whether or not to approve what's called a place-to-place transfer of a liquor license. So the applicant already possesses the liquor license. The request is for the municipality's consent to move that liquor license from where it's currently located to the new premises at 102 Nassau Street. What the law basically says is that issuing authorities, which means the municipality, issuing authorities do have discretion in terms of whether or not to approve these transfers. But as I noted in my memo, whenever in any context, when a governmental entity exercises discretion, it has to do so reasonably, and it can't be arbitrary or unreasonable about it, which generally means it's got to be grounded in facts. And in the context, especially of a liquor license transfer, the courts have recognized this is something, it is a form of property, and, the applicant does have certain rights here. So while you're not rubber stamping by any stretch, for government to say no, there's got to be a solid foundation for saying no. Now, what constitutes legitimate bases, considerations, anything that really goes to public health and safety. So issues with deliveries, traffic congestion, loitering, littering, there are any number of things, but it's really looking at the consequences to public health and safety of the liquor license transfer. Things such as it's going to create competition for other businesses are not a valid factor in making a decision. In terms of then, when you're looking at things like traffic, deliveries, and all the rest, as I read the cases, the key question, basically any business going in there may have delivery needs, may contribute to traffic. It may generate parking requirements. I think what you really need to be looking at, it's the health and safety consequences of a liquor store at that location. And so, are there needs, in terms of, for instance, the types of delivery requirements associated with a liquor store? Are they different from another kind of business that could locate there? And are they going to trigger different problems that you might have otherwise? I think another thing that you could look at is, you do have experience with this particular liquor store at the shopping center. Were there any issues there? Have you experienced any issues with the other liquor stores that have been located on Witherspoon Street or Hullfish in this case? There are liquor stores in other parts of town as well. It's certainly with deliveries and traffic, and that's something where I know we have Chief Morgan here. I think it would be helpful, you should certainly feel free to ask him questions about some of the issues that have been raised. I believe that we still have, I don't know if we still have Deanna or anyone from engineering. Yeah, we do. I see Deanna. So, a lot of these issues, I think, also turn to your staff and then ask the applicant to respond. They should be able to provide answers to your questions. But at the end of the day, your decision does have to be grounded in facts. It can't just be conjecture or, fears of bad things that might happen. There does have to be a basis, because however any of you may feel individually, as a group, you are an entity, you are a governmental entity, and you have to ask yourself, what is a reasonable way for the government to behave in this situation? So hope that helps.
Thank
Very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Michelle?
Yeah, there were some letters, I think, that Deborah had, things that had been submitted.
Yeah, so why don't we
Go to those.
go for public
I-
comment for people that are attending the meeting first? Because some of those people had also sent letters, so we might not have to read it and they can speak for themselves.
Yes.
Okay, are there any other specific council questions before we start the public comment?
I have comments, but I think after the public comments.
Okay.
And yeah, and potentially after after you've
Yeah.
heard from the public, I think, questions then to
Then-
put to the applicant. but-
Yep. Agreed. Okay, anyone from the public that wishes to speak, raise your hand. Okay, Adam, could you bring in the first person with their hand up, please?
Okay, bringing in Andrew.
Andrew, just again, name and address and try to keep it to 3 minutes.
Yep. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi. All right. Marathon tonight. So Andrew Siegel, I'm a resident in Palmer Square, and I own Hamilton Jewelers, which is, and H1912, which are both adjacent to the to 102 Nassau Street. So I sent in a letter which I think sums up a lot of the concerns of the residents and the businesses in the area, which I think that I would like to have read if possible. I just want to add to that letter. First of all, I guess, can it be read, or should I do the points? Like what's best for you guys?
We can do either one, Andrew. You pick which one. I would prefer not to do both, but.
Okay, let's not do both. Let's read it. And then the only thing I will add is that I think we spent what felt like 2 hours discussing a zoning change tonight, which has been considered for, the applicant said, 2 years, and was discussed for 2 hours tonight, and council still decided that there was more information required. And I hope that after you hear from the people who are against this liquor store transfer, as well as read my letter with some of the ideas and input there, that you think the same thing of this application, which is that we need a little bit more time to think about the potential repercussions of bringing this liquor store over to 102 Nassau Street. And I'll leave it at that and let my letter speak for itself.
Okay, let me read Andrew's letter now then. Mayor Frieda and Town Council, I understand that every adjacent property owner, a number of Princeton merchants and residents have expressed opposition to the proposed relocation of a liquor store at Princeton Shopping Center to 102 Nassau Street. Certainly, in many instances, we have seen various town boards and this council postpone decisions on matters that prospectively damage our community. This is one of those situations where council needs to use its discretion to consider the broader issues associated with the application and require a greater level of scrutiny on the applicant, or conversely reject or postpone this application immediately. A liquor store in this location will actively detract from the Princeton experience, particularly on this block of Nassau Street, for those who live, work, and shop downtown, and represents what we are all trying to build in the Central Business District, a walkable, shoppable, vibrant area with a healthy mix of shops that encourage people to come downtown and stay there to visit our many merchants. In order to ascertain whether it is even appropriate for council to consider the technical criteria, the council must determine whether there are extraordinary prospective impacts through an examination of the applicant. The issues we believe require examination include: 1, inconsistency with the master plan and planning initiatives adopted by the council and planning board; 2, interruption of the architectural continuance of the surrounding properties, in particular because signage in its current location includes neon and other display signs that would be out of character with existing storefronts. The applicant has not even provided a sketch of the storefront, and the council should request that in order to move the application forward. 3, disruption of the character of the immediate area, which is being developed and designed to encourage walkability, browsing, and shopping. 4, introduction of parking and traffic impacts, including much higher volume than other merchants require, and delivery logistics challenges based on the type of use and its location with no rear entrance near the corner of Nassau and Witherspoon Street. 5, proximity and reliance on nearby state highways that should require review by the Department of Transportation. 6, questions about the business viability of the existing location of the liquor store. On this last point, this applicant should be required to explain the purpose of this move because the presence of competitors in the category nearby the prospective location are even more challenging than their current competitive environment without the advantages of parking and street traffic. A failed liquor store would blunt the movement of the area and represents impacts almost as destructive as a successful liquor store. Town council and the local merchants are aligned in that we have a stated interest in having quality, community-oriented, healthy businesses in town. This stretch of Nassau Street is quite literally the face of Princeton, representing the highest trafficked block in town for residents, visitors, and all shoppers. It must remain high quality with high quality merchants and a healthy mix of retailers and responsible food establishments. One consideration is that a liquor store in this location will promote a quick stop shopper for in and out shopping, with more people looking for quick parking or idling, sometimes illegally in loading zones or double parking. Landau's concept served as a designation for shoppers and promoted browsing and staying in town to shop around. This location is primed to provide a shopping experience for residents and visitors, not a grab and go concept that will add more traffic, idling, pollution, and dangerous conditions. Further, alcohol distributors make deliveries at all hours of the day. The only loading zone on the street is the small space in front of Hamilton Jewelers, which is already occupied by idling delivery trucks throughout the entire day. The space is not large enough to fit an 18-wheeler, so trucks currently jut out into traffic at the busiest corner of town. Additional distributor trucks coming at all hours of the day will only add to the problem, causing a safety hazard for pedestrians by blocking sight lines for westbound traffic turning north onto Witherspoon. They will cause pollution issues for shoppers and residents in the area. They will cause traffic backups at a busy intersection. It will only exacerbate what is currently an untenable situation at the intersection, and one that will no doubt become even more important to avoid with the pending changes to the corner. Additionally, we all agree that trash is an issue in town right now. Expect more frequent cardboard and trash pileups outside the building thanks to deliveries of cases of wine, beer, and liquor. And what about Dome Alley, a prime space for loiterers who have just picked up their cigarettes and liquor bottle in a brown bag to leave their butts and bottles strewn about. Sorry, lost my place. Moreover, as this alley is currently a popular middle school and high school gathering spot, the impact of an adjacent liquor store, which also sells vaping supplies, cigarettes, and so on, should be considered. Lastly, we hope you'll consider the quality of life for residents above the shops on that block of Nassau, who will undoubtedly suffer from noise, light, smoke, and sound caused by a liquor store. These are the stakeholders who should most object to this, and they have not even been heard. They created their current profile in the neighborhood based on a certain expectation, and now we are bringing in what amounts to a highly specialized supermarket catering to customers with different hours and introducing quality of life risk on the street for residents. Another liquor store doesn't fit in with our neighborhood's character or needs. We have a lovely community-minded liquor store 150 feet away in public and a remarkable wine shop in Corkscrew 2 blocks over. Another liquor store brings nothing to the central business district and provides unneeded consequences that town would be better off avoiding. Another liquor retailer is not the right answer for 102 Nassau, and as council, you do have the ability to decline this transfer that is before you. We ask that you'll do what's right for our town and either reject this application for a liquor store at 102 Nassau Street or put off a decision until a more complete understanding, study, and examination of the impacts of its introduction can properly be completed. With appreciation, Hank and Andrew Siegel, owners and operators of Hamilton Jewelers and Princeton residents. Okay. Other members of the public?
Mark, there's other.
Yeah, I know, I know, but I was asking.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Again, I'm just trying to give people that are actually here the chance to say something if they wish to say something.
Trying to move along.
No hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, great. Let me keep reading. Okay. Diana, I'm sorry.
Do you want help reading? Are you?
Yeah, you want to grab one or two? Go ahead.
I'll help you. Let me, I'll jump.
If the people are here, can't we just let, I mean, I think we should have
Vijal is
let
here.
Andrew read that. If the people are here, can't they read their own letters?
Well, Andrew, we just read Andrew's letter. So
Right.
Vijal
I don't
is
see.
here. Vijal Patel has one. David Newton has one. I don't see David. Maybe Vijal will speak. I mean, I'll just read David's real quick so we
Go
can
ahead.
let's get this moving here. So dear Ms. Williams, that went to Dolores, I'm writing to the mayor and you're requesting that you not grant a liquor license relocation permit to the liquor store, which is currently in the Princeton Shopping Center, and wishes to open on Nassau Street in a space previously occupied by Landa's haberdashery store. The partnership of which I am general partner owns 92 to 98 Nassau, our principal retail tenant of 36 years. Hamilton Jewelers has contributed greatly to Nassau Street's appearance and economic vitality, as have many stores, including Landau's. But the proposed liquor store adds very little to the quality of our town's welfare. There are already an abundance of food and liquor locations in Princeton. In terms of liquor stores alone, there are already 6, including McCaffrey's in-store liquor license, of which 4 already serve the downtown. Realizing that it's beyond your scope to monitor competitive practices, it does remain in your scope to maintain the quality of life on your streets. A liquor store in this location does much to potentially detract from our well-being and adds very little to improve Princeton. Many thanks for taking these words into account while deciding whether this relocation should be approved or preferably declined. Sincerely yours, Dave Newton.
Thank you, Michelle. All right, so we have 2 members of the public with their hands up. So Adam, why don't we bring in the first one and then we'll.
Hi, can you hear?
Yes,
hear
we
me?
can. Yeah, we can.
Okay, great. Yeah, this is Bijal Patel, 23 Witherspoon Street, public wine. We had also submitted a letter, and we were happy to read it now, if you wish. Or
sure, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, great. So we write today concerning the recent proposal to transfer a liquor license to 102 Nassau Street. At present, downtown Princeton has sufficient licenses to service the needs of residents and visitors alike. It would be in Princeton's best interest, and especially in the spirit, to uphold the quality of life for residents and visitors alike, to have diversity in the location of licenses within the township. The residents and visitors of the entire town deserve easy access to these products. Concentrating access to one area of the town presents challenges to many residents who do not reside in the area and may cause difficulty in gaining access to their desired products. The liquor regulations of the state of New Jersey are designed specifically to sufficiently service the demands of residents residing within municipalities. This is especially evident with the laws surrounding the issuance of new licenses being based on population. By allowing a heavy concentration of these licenses within a small radius of the municipality, Princeton is effectively severely undermining the spirit of the regulations. This is a disservice to both the residents and visitors of Princeton. And we would ask you that you consider all these facts and concerns of others when determining the transfer of this license to 102 Nassau Street. With respect and kind regards, Nishal and Bijal Patel. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, can we bring in the next person?
Yes, bringing over Mimi.
Hey guys, I'll make it quick. I guess I'm just curious about, given the current situation regarding downtown and the lack of consistent trash collection, do you think you could request data from the applicant regarding delivery frequency and volumes that they're currently experiencing? Wouldn't be that difficult to do that, I don't think. I think it really is important given what's going on right now. A lot of what's going on that I've heard from merchants right now is access to dumpsters. So as part of their lease agreement, are they going to have access to a dumpster? Like, what's their plan for that? I'm sorry, I didn't say where I live. I live at 98 Nassau Street. So clearly I'm right on top of Hamilton and Starbucks and all this stuff. I will say, I'm out and about quite a bit. Dome Alley, it's a great opportunity for a lot of good things and otherwise. So this loitering thing is legitimate. So at the very least, I wonder if you could consider, if you feel as though there's the only way to do this is to approve it, if you could somehow make it contingent on if there's a way that it could be temporary. And then you could just let everybody prove it's good behavior or otherwise. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else that's out there want to raise their hand? If not, we have a couple other emails we'll read.
Seeing no hands, Mayor.
All right, great. Thanks. All right. Again, Diana Bleacher to Mayor Frieda and Town Council as the property manager for 100 Nassau Street occupied by Starbucks and Cinema Inc. I am writing on behalf of the owners, Robert and Gail O'Leary, who object to the transfer of a liquor license to 102 Nassau Street. A liquor store in this location will create an increased burden on the loading operations of this section of Nassau Street. We also do not need a liquor store selling alcohol, cigarettes, and vaping products right next to the Arts Gallery and in the most highly trafficked part of our town. Please vote no on this transfer. We ask the council to deny a transfer or at least table a decision until more information on this type of business is examined and its impact on the businesses surrounding this section of Nassau Street. Okay, now hang on. There's a bunch of others. I have to open another attachment. Oh, wrong one. 1 second. I gotta make sure I can find it now. All right, well, I'm trying to find them. 1 second.
Here, do you want me to read Dorothea's letter while you're looking?
Yeah, sure. If you could do that, that's great.
Be happy to do so.
Thank you.
Pulling up another screen. Dear Mayor and Council, I have recently learned that Council is considering transferring a liquor license to 102 Nassau Street and write to voice my concern. As the owner of a neighboring business on Nassau Street, I am invested in there being a mix of business on this block, which contributes to the vibrancy of local businesses and attracts customers from near and far, while also not creating competition for existing fellow local businesses. A liquor store at 102 Nassau would not meet these conditions. Our hope is for the addition of diverse quality businesses. In public, we already have a quality liquor store quite literally around the corner from the proposed location, with the Corkscrew, again, only a 4-minute walk from public. We all still miss Landau's as a beloved destination shop with a unique character. This is the bar that I would hope could be maintained for a new tenant. There are other concerns, including the kind of delivery and trash issues that would accompany a liquor store at 102 Nassau and would clog up an already often hard to navigate and congested street. I very much hope that Council will take the concerns of neighborhood businesses, most of which are owned by Princeton residents such as myself, seriously. Best wishes, Dorothea, owner of Labyrinth Books.
Thanks, Eve. All right, so let me read one from Stanley Dome. As owner of 102, 108 Nassau Street, it being in my family since at least the 1890s, I would like an approval granted for a liquor store at 102 Nassau Street, one having been at 108 Nassau Street in my youth. I lived above it and our family had no problems. I have leased the store conditionally upon approval of the transfer by the town and of course with all other legalities satisfied. In the 6 months plus of searching for the right tenant, quote unquote, I was not able to find one. About 95% of inquiries were food, businesses. I did not want the accompanying vermin, noise, piles of garbage. There is no room for a dumpster, loud, greasy fans, and the fire hazard they pretend. I find an ongoing liquor store that is not a startup to be preferable to any of the food merchants. Liquor is only for outside consumption. No drinking or late hours is allowed. The 2 apartments above the store have been advised of the type of store that was to move in. I have asked both tenants to send a short email to you stating the above and with any other comments they may have. The past pandemic year has drastically reduced my income, with one non-essential business paying as little as 17% of their rent. Landlords were not able to avail themselves of all of the pandemic grant money that went to renters. And while my one tenant was able to obtain a grant for partial rent, it was only for 3 months. I can remind you that there is also no property tax relief available for high taxes I must pay on the building. Therefore, I would ask that a few people who have an aversion to liquor or some other hidden agenda, nor some who have negative comments, should not be allowed to prevent a decision made between a landlord and an existing retail operation from moving forward. Additionally, some of the non-food operations requesting a lease involved hemp-based products and/or marijuana or smoke shops. To me, were even more negative than some of the food operations. If you have any questions, please call me. And then we did have emails from Ryan Tian. Dear Dolores, I hope you're very well. I'm the tenant at 102 Nassau Street, Apartment 1. I was informed by my landlord about his moving in liquor store. Here is my confirmation or agreement. Cynthia Laskin, tenant at 102 Nassau Street, Apartment 1, 3rd floor. She's aware of the liquor store planning to move into the former Landau space. I have no objections to having a liquor store move into what is now vacant. We have another one. Dear Miss Williams, I understand. Oh, my letter below. Oh, okay, sorry. My name is Lee. I'm not sure how to pronounce the last name of 4 Michon Drive, and I'm writing to you regarding the situation with Claridge Wine. Our family has been a customer of Claridge Wine and Liquor for years. Shortly before the pandemic, we became aware that unfair competitive forces in the way of a large corporate grocery store just steps away from Claridge Wine started selling a mediocre choice of wines, thereby muscling in on a long-established small private business. This David and Goliath story has been seen in our country and in our state many times before, but not in Princeton and certainly not to this degree. Shopping at Claridge Wine is an experience, not a place to rush in and rush out. Their savvy personnel have always been a joy due to their vast knowledge of regional wines and related liquors. Furthermore, Mr. Patel and his employees are welcoming while providing their best efforts and great customer service. In fact, they have played a significant role in making the pandemic slightly more bearable to my 86-year-old mother by way of their dependable free delivery service. For these reasons, in our family's view, Claridge Wine would make a great addition to downtown Princeton shopping experience. There's another one. My name is Annie Hurd. I have been a customer of Claridge Wine and Liquor for a long time. It has always been a pleasant experience to shop there. Mr. Patel and his employees are welcoming and give their best effort to provide great customer service. This would be a great addition to downtown Princeton. Wait a minute. There's an attachment to this email. Let me get to it. Sorry, I'm having trouble opening the attachment.
Mark, I have another one in the other packet from Cross Culture. Should I read that again while you're?
Sure, go ahead, thank you.
Sure. This is from the owners of Cross Culture Restaurant at the shopping center. Dear Princeton Council, my name is Paramjeet Singh. I am the owner of Cross Culture Restaurant across from Claridge Wine and Liquor, which has been doing business almost 60 years, and my neighbor for over 10 years. And I have come to know Rajesh and Hemant Patel, owners of Claridge Wine and Liquor. I believe they will provide, as they always have, friendly service and value with the highest integrity to the community. Respectfully, Paramjeet Singh.
Okay, and then I have the other one. Dolores just gave it to me. As dear Ms. Williams, as proprietor of PJ's Pancake House, I would like to take this opportunity to mention that my acquaintances, the Patels, owners of Claridge Wine and Liquor, have made application for an alcoholic beverage license place-to-place transfer to 102 Nassau Street. They're upstanding citizens and ethical business operators. I feel that their store would be an asset to Nassau Street. Please share my thoughts with Mayor and appropriate council members. John S. Procaccini. I think that's.
I think so.
Did we read the one from Alan and Lori Tartar?
I think there was a couple of Jeff Siegel and some residents, but I don't know if I think they submitted them to Dolores. I'm not sure.
Well, there were a number of emails that came in over like the last week or two, but they're.
No, this is in the packet.
Right. So I've been trying to read all the ones that.
Yeah, but did we read that one?
Oh, I think you have a hand up.
Yeah, I think we've pretty much,
Okay.
I'll double check the package. But anyway, in the meantime, Adam, can we bring in the next member of the public?
Yes, Mayor, bringing over Hank.
Thank you. Hank, if you unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll be brief because I know it's late. Certainly, as long-standing residents and business owners, we have no question about the ownership of the applicant or anything like that. Our concern is merely the appropriateness of the business, the public health and safety concerns that could be created with additional deliveries, traffic congestion, pedestrian crossings onto Witherspoon Street, which are already challenging when the delivery trucks are blocking the intersection, and particular concerns about the trash piling up and disposal, as Mimi referenced. And with regard to the lack of potential tenants, I think you all know my family has numerous real estate interests, commercial real estate interests in the town. And I know for a fact that there have been other reasonably qualified, highly qualified businesses that have expressed interest not only in the subject location, but in other locations in and around the block who would be suitable as an alternate tenant. So that's what I'd want to comment, and the rest is stated in our letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Hank. Okay. I don't know that we've read every single one, but I think we certainly have the gist of all the pros and cons either way. So I'd like us to give an opportunity to the applicant and or their attorney to speak. So
Mayor, if it's possible to bring them in as panelists, the applicant's attorney did contact me. They have a short presentation that they would like to be able to make to the council. It would require the ability to share their screen.
yeah, we can. If they
and
put their hands up so Adam can find them.
Yeah, the attorney is Ruben Perez, and the applicant is Mr. Patel, and I think they both would like to come in as panelists if possible.
Okay. Adam, if you could bring them in.
Yes, no problem.
Yeah, they both have their hands up. All right, again, just if you both, well, whoever goes first, it doesn't matter, but if you just introduce yourself, say your name and address or affiliation or whatever.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Ruben Perez. I'm an attorney with Stark & Stark. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I'm getting serious.
Yeah, we have to. Can you hear? Your client needs to mute himself. There we go. Okay, Ruben.
Perfect. There we go. So first, let me just start off by saying that we're very appreciative of the fact that you all are taking your time to listen to this application tonight. Obviously, we understand how late in the day it is, and obviously that there were other matters that were before the that were on the agenda before the council tonight. So obviously, we want to be able to thank the council for that. At this point, I would like to provide a presentation. I don't see on my side a place to share my screen.
Okay, Adam, can we give Ruben the ability to share his screen?
Yes, we just need to bring him in as a panelist. It should be coming up now.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect, and I'll show my video as well. And you should be able to see my screen at this moment if you can just confirm.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So as I mentioned, my name is Ruben Perez. I'm an attorney with Stark & Stark, and I'm here on behalf of Plainsboro Liquors, Inc., doing business as Claridge Wine and Liquor. We prepared a presentation for the council in order to be able to provide some counterpoint to the concerns and objections of members of the public with respect to the application, as well as to provide any other members of the public, as well as the council, with more information on this application, and so that you have a really good information in order to be able to make your decision. The first thing that we obviously want to say is that this is a place-to-place transfer of a plenary retail distribution liquor license pursuant to Title 33, the Alcohol Beverage Control Law. And as your township attorney, your municipal attorney provided that, this is a license that, it must be reviewed and approved by a municipal body, the governing body, in order for it to be transferred. In this case, it's important to note that this is a place-to-place transfer. It is not a person-to-person transfer. The owners of this entity are not changing. This is not a new license. This is an existing license in the municipality. It is not adding to the number of licenses that are in the municipality currently. Claridge currently operates a liquor store in the Princeton Shopping Center and is putting in this application in order to relocate its operation to 102 Nassau Street. One of the things that we want to obviously point out is that they are a longstanding good corporate citizen of the municipality of Princeton. They've been in business in Princeton for 19 years under the current ownership. In fact, my client informs me that Claridge as a business has actually been in operation for almost well over 50 years in the municipality. That there are really no violations. There hasn't really been any issues with respect to their ownership or their operations in the municipality. And, one of the things that we want to be able to show is that while obviously the public sentiment has a place in this consideration by the council, that has to be related, reasonably associated with specific dangers or concerns regarding public health, safety, and morals. And we think that through this presentation, we kind of show and assuage some of those fears that, we don't believe that these are really concerns for this location and for this application or for this operator. As I noted, longstanding good corporate citizen of the municipality, and they want to obviously continue with that record as they move forward. One of the first things that we want to be able to just provide is the intended design and business. So while design is not necessarily something that comes into the approval or denial of a liquor license, my client wanted to be able, and the applicant wanted to be able to just kind of note what they were thinking of in terms of putting this. Obviously, if you, from the letters that you read, there was a lot of concern about the aesthetics of this business and how it would look on Nassau Street, whether it would complement the other businesses on Nassau Street. My client is informing me that they want to be able to really put this forward as a styled as a wine boutique. Now, why a wine boutique? According to them, their numbers show that Princeton is a wine town. So therefore, primary sales would be wine. Obviously, liquor and beer would also be sold at this location. But given just the market forces, wine seems to be a much better seller in this location. And therefore, that's kind of the idea of what their operation is going to look like. Additionally, given that it's going to be on Nassau Street, prominent location in the municipality, the owner wants to be able to actually get window dressers in order to provide a more desirable aesthetic so that it fits in with the other businesses on Nassau Street. It's not lost on the owner of what Nassau Street means to Princeton, what being a business on Nassau Street means, and as I mentioned previously, and it's kind of the theme for this is that they're a long-standing good corporate citizen. This is not a company who is looking to come in and doesn't understand the municipality they're working in. They've been doing business in Princeton for 19 years and obviously understand what that means. And you don't keep a business going for that long without really understanding your community. Cigarettes, e-cigarettes, cigars will be sold at the premises. That was obviously one of the concerns of some of the objectors, but the owner does not intend, and in fact has informed me that they would not advertise such products on the storefront windows. As a note, other businesses in the municipality do provide such storefront advertising for these types of products. But again, this business owner understands what it means to be on Nassau Street, what it means to add and try to be a part of this aesthetic on Nassau Street so that it conforms with the rest of the community. Here we have a couple of pictures of kind of ideas as to what the business would look like. Unfortunately, we don't have a sketch of the storefront. Kind of one of the important points is that before you can really start going into all the details of designing the store, you need to be able to actually have an approval. But one of the things that they wanted to be able to provide is to at least give an idea as to what this store would look like. So these pictures kind of just show at least some of the ideas of what the business owner is thinking of in terms of how they're trying to style this liquor store, and specifically this wine boutique. The main concern of a lot of these objection letters and members of the public have really related to deliveries and waste. And it's really one of the main reasons that we wanted to provide this presentation, is to kind of be able to provide counterpoint to these objections and to assuage these fears as to what it means to have this business in this location. As you'll know, wine and liquor deliveries are noted as primary. Again, going back to the point about it being a wine boutique, they've noted that the two main sellers are wine and liquor. Wine being more obviously than certain liquor sales. And because of that, the main force of deliveries would be for wine. They predict that about twice a week, usually on Wednesdays or Fridays, is when they would be having those deliveries. Importantly, and this really is an important point as it goes to deliveries, the location of the deliveries would be in the employee parking spots in designated areas behind the store. So this is not idling, not really impacting on traffic. You're not having a truck that's going to be on Nassau Street or on Witherspoon Street twice a week. The reason for this is that a lot of their deliveries actually are being made in 15-passenger type cargo vans, so much smaller vehicles that can actually fit in that type of spacing, and again, wouldn't have those types of concerns as it relates to deliveries or impacts on traffic. Beer deliveries are secondary. As I noted, of the types of products that they sell that are alcoholic products, beer deliveries tend to be really the last on the list. They really have seen in their current location that about once a week they have beer deliveries. This typically occurs on Thursday mornings before 10 a.m. This would not necessarily come in this type of cargo van. It would probably come in a different type of truck, a more larger truck. That being said, they would obviously follow municipal guidelines as they relate to designated loading and unloading spaces in order to be able to reduce any type of traffic impact or potential idling impact. In terms of timing, just to kind of give the council an idea as to how long is a car in a waiting period or between stopping and unloading, they typically see that it's actually rather quickly, anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes. The last part is related to waste management. So one of the main concerns that we've heard, again, in these objection letters has been how will the operator handle waste? And it's actually kind of interesting because given that alcohol is not consumed on the premises, and given that food is not served at the premises, the primary type of waste that they see and that they predict is really just the cardboard boxes and other types of related packaging for the wine, beer, and the liquor. Those types of cardboard boxes and packaging would be recycled. They actually have a rented garage in the back portion of this property, which is where most of this will be gathered in order to be recycled. And they also plan on any other type of garbage to be taken off premises, so that you don't really have those types of issues of having large amounts of odorous waste, as you might have, as the landlord put it, with some other type of food use or other use that may potentially have a more odorous waste. And lastly, I just wanted to provide kind of a visual of where this property is. So this is obviously Nassau Street right here. 102 is this location here. And the areas for the employee parking is this area back here. So this is where you would see the wine deliveries, the cargo deliveries. And this here is the garage where they intend to really be able to put most of the packaging. I have with me tonight Rajesh Patel, who's one of the co-owners of the operation, in case the council has any further questions. But I wanted to be able to kind of keep this presentation brief, given, again, the late hour and all the other prior information that the council has had. So Councilwoman Perone Lambros, I think you have your hand raised. Is that a question for myself?
I have some questions and some real concerns about this. I mean, first of all, when you say that they've been a good corporate citizen, they've been a good tenant to Eden's and in the shopping center, and they're current in the rent.
I'm sorry?
They've been a good corporate citizen in terms of their relationship at Eden's with their current tenant, with their current landlord.
So I have, can we bring on the applicant? I'm not sure if he was able to actually make it through, and I know that he had some issues.
Try that out. And then I have some other questions about the deliveries.
Hi, Raj. So we can hear you. We have a question from Councilwoman.
I can't.
Yes. Hello. Yes. My name is Rajesh Patel.
Yeah.
Yes. Raj, if you could, it's a bit loud. If you could step a little bit away from the microphone.
Okay, now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Raj, we can. You can just speak normally. You don't need to.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Michelle, what was your question?
My question is that Ruben said they're a good corporate citizen, and I just want to ask if there's been a good tenant to the landlord at Eden's.
Yes. Yeah, this is 19 years. Same place. And we never had any problems.
All right, and okay. You haven't had any problems with rent? Or anything like
yes.
That. And then my other question is in terms of this, I mean, I like the idea of making it look nicer, and that's great. And, you know, that obviously is a big concern, but the biggest concern I think that I've heard and that I have is the deliveries. And the deliveries in the back, I've never seen, I mean, watching Public and the deliveries that they get and watching Corkscrew and watching others, there are a lot of large trucks. Your distributors from your main wholesalers have very large trucks, box trucks and tractor trailers that you're not going to fit in the 2-lane lot. I don't think they're going to move their product to a van to move to the back, and I don't see how they're going to get into that 2-lane lot and how you're going to get through and do your deliveries that way. I mean, that to me doesn't seem like a valid representation of what you can do.
No, we don't have any 18-wheeler coming for the delivery, and we have a cargo van, and in the backside we already parked a couple times, and we never have problems. And we have another location, so we usually get the most delivery on another business and place for it. And we have Senior sticker van to transfer the liquor ABC by ABC law. We transfer the liquor from another store to another store. And we have cargo van. And I already parked 2 or 3 times when I go over there to see the inside the store up to measurement, everything. So we never have problems. And on the garbage, about the garbage, we fold the recycles, and we always put my another place we got big dumpster. We got a big dumpster in Plainsboro, wine and liquor in Plainsboro. So we usually take that recycle to another store when we going to load another items, any beers or wine.
So Raj, I'll because it's a little bit hard to hear. It's just very loud. But
Yeah.
so to kind of relay what he's saying is that this owner actually has another business in Plainsboro where other deliveries are made. And so part of the reason that they are able to have a smaller kind of delivery service is given that type of service. They're, for example, saying that the dumpster, having some type of trash is also off premises. So,
Eve?
Michelle, I'm sorry, Michelle, were you done or did you have?
I've got some other comments, but go ahead and ask questions.
Mr. Perez, I'd just ask you one. Rajesh Patel, do you think you could mute? There's a lot of background noise. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Perez, you said that the beer delivery would be once a week. And what size would that truck be? And would that truck be, would that be a Nassau Street delivery?
I believe your township engineer had noted that there is a location on, I think it's Nassau Street that provides for loading and offloading, a 22-foot loading zone that's located proximate to Nassau Street. And that would be really the location for those types of beer deliveries. We're not talking about a 18-wheeler. It's a much smaller truck, probably closer to kind of a moving van.
So that would fit in that delivery area of 22.
Correct. So that it would be able to make those deliveries. Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Mia?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Mr. Perez, can you vouch for your client's relationship with Eden's and that they're in good standing in terms of their rent? And can you, on the record in this meeting, vouch for that relationship?
So I haven't represented Plainsboro Liquors Inc. with respect to their leasing. Obviously, Mr. Patel could tell you as to whether he is in current standing as to his rent. I have no information.
So could you ask him that question now?
Sure. So Mr. Patel, if you could, are you current on your rent with Eden?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever been in with perspective?
Can you ask if there are any legal actions between him and Eden's now or in the past year?
No.
Okay. So I'm sympathetic to the fact that Mr. Patel found himself in a difficult position because of McCaffrey's having added a liquor license there. And I understand that changed the nature of his business. But I don't think that two wrongs necessarily make a right. And I will tell you that having listened to a tremendous amount of feedback from the business owners and the tenants who live and work in that area, I am convinced that this would be detrimental on a whole variety of levels to that block. I think that the town has very few liquor licenses, and we talk a lot about the need to use the licenses that we have strategically to generate economic vitality in different areas of town. I don't think that it is in the town's strategic interest to add an additional license here. We need to check with Trishka. I understand, Mr. Perez, that you framed this as the choice for council is basically one of health and safety and public welfare, whether or not this would be detrimental to any of those. My understanding from reading the memo from our attorney is that the framework for our decision is somewhat broader than that, and that it's more akin to a variance, in which you are essentially comparing, or you're being asked to balance potential benefits versus potential harms. And I will say that I don't see any potential benefits to the addition of this particular activity there. And I see a tremendous amount of downsides. And my reading of that memo is that we do, as a council, have the ability to make that decision, weighing those potential benefits and downsides. In terms of the health and safety, I do believe that it's detrimental to be selling tobacco products there. And even if they're not advertised, I think that it would be known very quickly that that's where they are available. I think that what would be best for Mr. Patel, and I certainly am familiar with Claridge's and then Mr. Patel's business in that location. What would be best is if Mr. Patel could work with the town to find a location that is economically beneficial for him. And I understand that the current location is not, but one that also makes sense for the community as a whole. I wish that he would not pursue this, because I actually don't think it's economically in his interest. And I don't think that for a whole variety of reasons, including public health, safety, and welfare, that this is something that in my opinion, as a council member, I could support. So
Let me just clarify just one thing. This is not like a variance application.
Okay.
It's a permitted use in the zone. It's really what the issuing authority, has some control over, is if the relocation is really going to either create new problems or really exacerbate existing problems. But you have to identify those problems, and
I would say that we are really struggling with the economic vitality of our central business district, particularly coming out of COVID. And I think that the owners in that area have made a legitimate case that this would exacerbate those problems, because it would change the mix of the economic activity that's happening in that area in a way that I do believe would deter customers from the existing shops that are there. And I do believe that it would be detrimental to the economic vitality.
Don't we need to have actually some factual basis to make that kind of assumption, and not just?
Yes.
In which case, then I would recommend
hearsay?
that we spend some time looking into it and trying to.
You have until November 12th. After that, if it's not voted on, it's an automatic approval.
Yeah. Okay. Eve, and then Michelle.
I come at this memo very differently. I felt that the memo in my reading and having talked to the attorney left us very, very limited bandwidth to respond. Many objections have been raised. And again, according to my reading of the memo, most of them are not objections that we can take into account. I remember being in the room several years ago when McCaffrey's got the liquor license from Main Street, and Mr. Patel was there to object and to talk about the impact on him. And we rightfully ignored his concern, because we are not in the business of regulating and determining what businesses go in a particular place, or judging the perfect mix of businesses in a particular area. Do I think this is ideal? No, absolutely not. There are 2 liquor stores very nearby. Is this what we need?
No, I don't think it's what we need. But I don't see, Mr. Perez has, I think, addressed all my all of the concerns that were raised that I thought were legitimate concerns about delivery, about the size and number of trucks, about how frequent the deliveries were, where the deliveries were going to happen. Will these deliveries be qualitatively different than other deliveries in the area? What will they do with the refuse, with the trash? I feel like every question that I derived that I thought was legitimate from the many, many emails, comments, I feel have been answered. And I just, again, I may have read the memo wrong, but I don't see that we have any standing short of our own judgment about what is appropriate and what isn't appropriate. And I don't think we're in that business. So I would vote to support this and move this forward. And that is my understanding of the law. And I don't think we want to be in a position some of those other towns were in where their opinion, their decision was overturned.
Can I just say, Eve, since you were commenting on, can I just respond to what you said, which was why I asked Mr. Patel to not hold a gun to our heads for this. That's all. I understand that. I mean, I think that the legal memo had broader leeway, but I'm also asking Mr. Patel if he cares about the community to work with us to find a spot that we can all agree on.
Mia, that's uncalled for to say if he cares about the community, he'll do something that you want him to do. I think that's really going above and beyond. That's an unfair statement. It really is.
And I think it's not appropriate for you to be attacking my statements in the middle of a council meeting. I have a right to my own opinion in the same way that you have a right to your opinion.
And I expressed my opinion. Now we'll get back to the people that had their hands up. Michelle and then Leticia.
Well, I'm very concerned about and I'm glad, I'm not comfortable with the answer to the call of the deliveries. So if we talk about the deliveries, and what you've described sounds lovely, but I don't believe it. I think that is not at all practical. I don't see that happening. And quite frankly, with all due respect, I don't feel that Mr. Patel answered the question that I asked and that Mia asked regarding his relationship with Edens and in a truthful manner. And so therefore I call into question what this plan really is. And I would want to really delve into that more and really know for a fact that that's the way it's going to be as described, because I find that very hard to believe that could be the actual fact. So that's number one. And I would also ask Mr. Patel to answer the question, why are you wanting to move? What's compelling you to want to move? And I don't know if he can answer, but that would also be something that I would want to know. But I think that the question of the public safety, the fact that we are putting millions and millions of dollars to make Witherspoon Street and our downtown more pedestrian, bike friendly, open space so that people can be outdoor dining. And then you're going to have all this truck movement and you're going to have another in and out type of business transactional right there in the front of Nassau Street. It's just not what we need in terms of what our direction is for the town. And honestly, I believe that this is a much more nuanced decision that we're making. And I read the memo as well, and I felt that we do have leeway, and I don't see why it comes before council. It could have been an administrative decision if it's just based on straight facts. I mean, I think you need to take into consideration control of our town and what the mix is. But I will ask the question of why move?
Is that, how does, we could ask our attorney, but does that have any legal bearing on our saying yes or no? What does it matter? I like blue better than I like green. So what? Trishka, could you?
I can't weigh in on that. And if
That's
the,
fine.
you know, if Mr. Patel's willing to answer the question, if that's great. If he's unwilling to answer the question,
That's
you
fine.
know,
I didn't get a truthful answer before, so that's fine.
Well, that's a hard statement. So are you saying that you have proof that Mr. Patel has somehow lied before us just now? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so
I think this is not a court of law.
I don't think
I
it's a
think we
court
can ask the questions, but I don't think we should be questioning each other. I think this has really gone off the rails and is very inappropriate. And maybe Michelle was right.
Just too
This
late.
is exactly why we should not be doing it this
It's
late
late
when everyone's
Very
tired.
tired. Yeah.
I'm wide awake, to be honest.
I would say it should be.
So why don't we let Leticia had her hand up next. So why don't we get to Leticia and then we'll go to Dwayne and then we'll circle back.
Okay. So let me just say from an equity perspective, I would agree with what Eve commented, her comments regarding what we were told when the last time we had this issue come up as to the transfer of license and what we were told we could consider and what our, what our, if we had any, if we could use what we could consider and what we could not. So from an equity perspective, I agree with Eve. However, of the concerns that have been voiced today, I feel that that we don't have the data, and if we're going just by what we're, being told either by those who oppose or by the applicant, we can't confirm that here. So, and I don't know if, like, regarding the issue of traffic congestion and what deliveries, the problems that deliveries would create, in addition what's already there, I don't know if Deanna or Chief Morgan would be the ones that could provide actually any perspective on that, but I don't know that they can do that at this time without having actual data. So those are my main concerns, is to one that, whether we would always apply the same criteria when this type of issue comes before us. And two, whether we're making decisions based on actual data.
Thank you, Leticia. Dwayne, you were next.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Since we have to base our comments on facts, I'm curious, a couple of my colleagues tonight mentioned the relationship with Edens. I was just wondering if there's a particular facts that they have. I guess the questions to the owner was supposed to spur the owner to address those issues. If my colleagues have particular concerns, I'd love to hear them so I can make this consideration based on facts. If they have particular concerns about the relationship between the owner and his current landlord, Edens. I guess my colleagues can say whatever they want to say. I mean, they're entitled to say whatever they want to say. But if they're asking questions about the relationship, and it appears there may be some issues with between the owner and Edens, maybe they should voice what those concerns are and see if the owner who's here now can address those concerns. Second issue is, I'm just wondering, I know the shopping center is a very different place than the central business district, but from Nassau Street, but I'm curious as to how the owner is getting deliveries now of his wines and liquor, et cetera. And my read on the memo is that it almost appears that it's almost like it's somewhat is almost as of right. That's how I see it. That the owner can move in there. The only way we can counter that is we have to put factual reasons forth why would be detrimental to that area.
Hang on.
Right.
Let me again just jump in. It is not a rubber stamp. It is not as of right. You absolutely have the discretion to say no, but you can't do so arbitrarily and just based on fears of what might happen. But for instance, one of the cases that I did reference, I think, in the memo, but there is an example, I can't recall, it may have been Morristown, I don't recall which town now, where there were concerns about deliveries. The applicant was not able to answer those questions with any degree of specificity. And what the case talks about is that, the applicant sort of hadn't thought it through, didn't really have any good answers. The municipality was not satisfied that the operations, would function properly, and denied the transfer application. And that was found not to have been arbitrary. So no, this is not an as of right. This is not a rubber stamp. I've noted the factors that you can and can't take into consideration, but you have to ask the questions and you have to be satisfied. You have to decide if you're satisfied by the answers. What you can't do is just say no out of fear of what might or might not happen. But you can absolutely say no if you have asked questions and you are dissatisfied with the answers, or if the answers don't address your concerns. But when I say it's got to be based on something in the record, that's what I mean. It's got to be rational. It's got to be, considered, and it can't just be based on speculative fears or an arbitrary rejection of what you've been told, like anything else you do.
My point is, though, as of right is probably too strong a phrase, but it appears that the owner gets to go ahead unless we put something very specific on the record of why it's wrong to give.
The burden is still on the applicant to satisfy you that this is not going to create public health and safety issues. But again, there may be, you could conceive of any business as going to contribute to traffic and may or may not require deliveries. What this is really focusing on is the fact that this is a liquor store as opposed to some other type of business. So if it's going to create the same kind of traffic congestion, the same delivery issues as any other business moving in, that's one thing. If it's going to have needs that a clothing store or a restaurant might not have, and those are going to create problems, that's a very different consideration. There is a reason why municipalities have control over how many licenses get issued, as one of the objectors pointed out, and have the ability to say no to a person-to-person transfer or a place-to-place transfer. But again, there's got to be a rationale for it. But it is not that your burden, you do not have the burden of proving that this shouldn't happen. The burden still remains with the applicant to show that this can happen without creating all of these different issues. And then you've got to make findings based on what's been presented to you.
So I'll just finish by going back to my first point. If my colleagues have concerns with knowledge they have about the current relationship with Eden, maybe they should be voiced so I can consider. It's for me to consider those concerns. And two, I would love the owner to tell me how his deliveries are made now. Even though I do understand that shopping center is a very different place than downtown or Nassau.
Okay, Eve's got her hand up.
I'm so confused. I do not understand why the relationship the applicant has with Eden's is in any way relevant. That is for their future landlord to worry about. We don't concern ourselves with whether or not people can pay their rent in issuing any kind of permits. I mean, this is not like a building permit. It's a rental of a space. And if the owner of the space has or has not done their due diligence, then, that is not I'm so confused by I'm not quite done. So I feel like there are a lot of criteria that are being brought in here that don't seem to have anything to do with the question in front of us. And I want to say one thing, I think one issue was raised is that this place is going to sell, cigarettes and vaping products. The Palmer Square kiosk, like a block away, sells cigarettes and vaping products, and the new convenience store with that glaring neon right next to the Garden Theater, and I'd love to do something about that, and maybe we'll be able to in the future, they sell cigarettes and vaping products. So this is not like some new thing that's going to suddenly come to Nassau Street that doesn't exist. So I'm very, very puzzled. But yes, please, Michelle.
I will explain. So I brought up the question about the relationship with Eden's only because they brought up that they've been a good corporate citizen. And then because of the response, it questioned, from my mind, the veracity of the other claims in terms of being able to load and unload with a van. That is an extremely cumbersome, and I just call into question whether or not that would really take place. Having run my own store as a liquor store many years ago, I know what kind of trucks and what kind of deliveries you have to have. And I understand they have another store, but I just call into question how that would work, because that's a big claim. And then so that's why I questioned it. That's all.
David, has your hand up?
Yeah, I mean, Michelle just sort of addressed this, but I did want to comment sort of on the other side that with the products that they sell, delivering from their store in Plainsboro in a small truck to the store in Princeton does seem plausible to me. If they sold furniture, it'd be crazy to think that, they could take, 3 pieces of furniture in a cargo van from a store in Plainsboro to a store in Princeton. They'd need to have a big truck to deliver a product like that. But cases of wine, it makes sense. And interestingly, they did admit that the beer deliveries would be on Nassau Street because they would be coming on a truck that was bigger than what they could fit in back. And, if they wanted to just casually give us the answers they knew we wanted to hear, they would have said, oh, we'll bring our beer on cargo vans to the back as well. So I just, obviously there's no way for us to tell how truthful they're being, but there are certain aspects of what they're saying that make sense to me in terms of how the deliveries would work.
Thank you. Mia, do you have your hand up?
Yes, I'm as confused as Eve because I'm looking at your memo, Trishka, and basically I'm just going to read it here. The central question that has been asked is whether and to what extent council has the discretion to deny a transfer application. The short answer is that council does have discretion when deciding whether to approve or deny. As with any exercise of governmental authority, however, council cannot exercise the discretion in an arbitrary or unreasonable manner. And that was why I was giving the analogy to a variance, that you have to weigh the different sides, the upsides and the downsides. And the decision must be based on facts, not conjecture. And it says, so that is what I thought we were being asked to do here. If we're not being asked to do that, then why is our time being wasted? Why are we even discussing this? If there is no latitude, then, or if the latitude is very narrow and it just has to do with delivery, then, then frame for us how narrow that discussion is. Because when I read your memo, it seems like there is some latitude. And as long as we're not being arbitrary and capricious, then there is some ability to discuss. And I feel like listening to the concerns of virtually every other merchant and tenant and person with economic interests in that area, expressing over several weeks now grave concerns about the impact of that if we as a council have the ability to listen to that, I don't think that's arbitrary and capricious. And what they are describing seems to me, I assume I know all of these merchants, the owner of Labyrinth, the owner of Hamilton Jewelers. These are people that I know generally to be factual in their presentations to council. And so I am not engaging in conjecture. I'm listening to the facts and I feel like based on your memo that we have some latitude. If we don't, if all we're allowed to consider is deliveries, then just let us know. I mean, and I also, at the bottom of the memo, it says, that we are not allowed to, first of all, we're not trying to deny a transfer or to eliminate an existing, or to eliminate an existing liquor license. We're not trying to deny a transfer per se, which is why I said to Mr. Patel, perhaps we could come up with another location that would be more suitable. And we're not trying, obviously, to extinguish this license because we need these licenses. We just need them to be in the right place. So I also am completely confused by the memo. So maybe you can frame for us very specifically, what is it that we're allowed to consider? Because if we're not allowed to consider any of the commentary from the local people in that area, then I don't know why we even took the time to read their letters. That shouldn't even be part of this.
So you can consider health and safety issues, traffic, deliveries, littering, loitering, increased crime, noise, any of the other negative consequences. You can absolutely and should consider what the objectors are telling you. But for instance, one of the objections was, this is going to have a negative impact on property values. That is what is known under the law as a net opinion. It's not backed up by anything. It's just a bald assertion it's going to have a negative effect on property values. To me, the question might be, well, we have a liquor store that is right around the corner. What kind of impact has that store had? Are we seeing any of, what are the negatives that we've experienced there? And maybe the answer is there have been or there haven't been. And maybe the fact that it's around the corner means that it doesn't trigger the same concerns as this location would be. But those are the sorts of questions that you guys need to be asking and, pursuing. At the end of the day, it is your call. But when I just say it needs to be based on substantiation, that's what I mean. Does it have to be massive data sets and numbers that are crunched? Of course not. But there's got to be something more than assertions. Now, in terms of your question about, can you consider how people feel about it? Absolutely. But what the cases say is community sentiment, and this is in the memo, community sentiment is a valid consideration, but it has to be widespread. So it's got to be really widespread.
How do you quantify widespread? Because I will say that the
one
outreach
thing
that
you could
I've
look at
received is pretty widespread, but
you could look at how many businesses and how many residents you have in town and how many people have you heard from and where are they located and what have they had to say? I mean, I did give some definitions in the memo. So it's not as narrow as deliveries. And I think I made that clear in the memo. And I thought I made it clear at the beginning when I summarized, but it isn't things like, economic competition is not a valid consideration. That's not a health and safety issue. It's valid in terms of zoning, in terms of planning, but when you're just looking at a specific liquor store in a specific location, you really are looking at the types of things that your engineer or your police department might flag for you as issues, or not, depending on what the circumstances are.
Okay, David, Dwayne, Eve.
Yeah, and I just want to respond to a couple of the concerns. For instance, the concern that high school and middle school students like to hang out in Dome Alley. Well, they also like to hang out at the shopping center. And this particular liquor store has been located at the shopping center for years. Do we have any reports from the police department indicating that there have been problems with minors, getting cigarettes or getting vaping supplies or getting liquor from this liquor store at the shopping center? And I don't think that we have any evidence to that effect. That's why a lot of the concerns that have shown up in the letters have felt conjectural to me.
One thing I will say is you do have the benefit of having your chief of police on, in the Zoom meeting. And so, for instance, to your questions, David, about, what experiences, have there been issues at the shopping center? You actually have somebody to whom you could put the question, and I would encourage you to do so.
Okay, why don't we just Why don't we get to Dwayne and Eve, and then we'll ask the chief to make a comment, and we'll get back to council. Dwayne, go ahead.
Mention, I heard from some of the business owners tonight, and many of them, I hold their opinion in very high regard. My issue, though, is that a lot of it sounds like opinion and possibly speculation. And I'm wondering, since we do have some time here, if it's worth tabling this. I would love to hear more factual reasons that they're putting forth, because, like I said, I hold them in high regard. They own a lot of the properties in the area, and I would love to hear more factually from them why they think this may not be a good idea. It seems like that's where a lot of them are leaning. So really the question comes down to whether or not we can just table this. And plus it's getting really late, but table this and maybe give them a chance to come back with some more facts, either pro or con, for council to consider.
Yeah.
Okay. Eve, you were next.
You're muted.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to say that I'd like to hear not only from the chief, but I think Jim Purcell and has been here patiently all night, as well as the chief. Thank you both. And I'd like to hear, because I know they also weighed in this memo, but I just want to read to everyone one of the parts of the memo. This is, it reads, in Prasad versus Plainfield, Plainfield denied an application for person-to-person and place-to-place transfer of a plenary retail distribution license based on the written objections of seven citizens and the testimony of 9 other citizens who opposed the transfer but failed to identify specific reasons for their opposition. The prior licensee had operated the liquor store across the street from the new proposed premises for 14 years with no disciplinary action or complaints about traffic or loiterers. The ALJ and ABC director, those are the state agencies, found the applicant was qualified to hold the license, that the activation of the license would not increase traffic problems or quality of life issues in the neighborhoods, and that the objections of the residents were conjectural in nature and did not offer any specific reasons to support opposition of the transfer. Accordingly, Plainfield's denial of the application was reversed. I mean, this seems to me to be almost exactly the same situation that we're in here, where someone who already had a liquor license and had operated it without any issues is seeking to move, has responses to issues about delivery and waste, whether that's what they're going to do or not. And I don't know if there's any way we can enforce that, but that is really conjectural. They do have answers. I, can't attest to whether those answers are truthful or not. It's just, I just don't see I agree with David, like that kids are going to suddenly start, this is going to have a negative impact on the neighborhood when there are 2 liquor stores within a couple of minutes. And again, I agree. Is this the best mix of stores? No. Is this the best possible use for this site in terms of developing the downtown? No. But I don't think that is this owner's responsibility to be the best possible tenant, the best possible revenue driver. I just don't see that that's part of the equation. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Michelle.
I like Dwayne's suggestion that we can, hear from other people, and I think that there's some hands up that we table this. I think we have time. We have till the 12th, I think Trishka said, so we can hear more comment at the next meeting. So I would suggest that, because I think we really, to give this some more time, I would like to really understand the delivery structure that they're talking about, and to get to a level of comfort, because I'm not there.
And I would say that those types of questions, I believe, would constitute, legitimate reasons for continuing the hearing to your next meeting. But just understand, you will have to make a decision at your next meeting.
Okay.
And no decision is a decision if we miss the deadline, right?
Right.
So why don't we
Correct.
let,
But my understanding is that becomes an automatic approval.
Procedurally, what do we need to do then in order to, since we have a motion?
Well, I
Why-
see
why don't we
Mr.
just let the
Perez
clients-
raising his hand.
yeah, why don't we let the attorney, Ruben?
Thank you. I just want to address, I guess, some comments because, you know, the purpose of the presentation and to be candid, me sitting with my client for the past week and a half and going through the objections that were received and putting together this presentation and providing this level of information was in order to provide more detail. And I believe the applicant has provided sufficient detail for this council really to make a decision as to this application tonight. The deliveries were addressed in terms of how they would be addressed. Same thing with the waste. I will note that in your municipal attorney's memorandum, the police chief there indicated that a search of the police department CAD from 2013 to present did not uncover any complaints that the department would consider an issue with respect to loitering, parking, or other types of interactions either at 102 Nassau Street or at Claridge's current location. And my applicant, obviously there were technical difficulties with him being able to be heard well. But in terms of the veracity, I don't think that there's anything that I've heard tonight in terms of whether or not they've been truthful. Whether or not they are in good standing, and as my client has said, they are in good standing with respect to their current landlord and their current lease, that's really kind of besides the case. And I think that this applicant has really provided the information necessary in order to move forward on this application tonight. And you know, again, I thank you for your time tonight, and I understand that obviously, you know, at this late hour it gets stressful. And I understand that, you know, you have members of the public who are coming to you regarding this. That being said, this is not widespread. I mean, Mayor, you yourself were reading many letters from other members of the public who came out in support of this. And even the landlord himself was noting that he's been trying to find other tenants in order to actually fill this location at a time when this pandemic has obviously hurt so many business owners. And here's a tenant who has been in business for 19 years, does not have any issues. The police department is saying that they haven't had any issues. And it's just, you know, there doesn't really seem to be a reason for why this council should deny this application, and quite the opposite. You know, it's our position, the applicant's position, that this application should be approved, given that they've addressed these concerns. And indeed, if this municipal council has concerns regarding deliveries and other types of issues, as we've noted tonight, those can be a subject to a resolution. But concerns about whether or not it's going to compete, concerns about whether or not it's going to fit with the aesthetic, you know, my client provided information and is trying to show in good faith kind of what they're looking at. But those are not necessarily things that this application can be denied for. And I just wanted to note that because, you know, I obviously have heard the different opinions of the different council members. And again, I thank you for your time. But at the same time, I think that some of the, at least focus as to the purview of the municipal council as it relates to this in certain parts has kind of been lost. And so I wanted just to address that.
Thank you. Eve.
Two things. I did want to hear from our senior engineer, Jim Purcell, and Chief of Police, Chris Morgan. And there are, I noticed a couple of people still in the audience waiting to speak. So maybe we could move to Chris and Jim and then go.
What
We
about
can do
Taylor?
so. Chief, if you're still awake, could you go first and then we'll jump on to Jim?
I need,
I'm still here. So at the request of Lisa, I went back and I checked police records back to 2013 for the current location of Claridge Wine and Liquor, then 102 Nassau Street with the proposed location. Neither address had any issues of concern for the police department in regards to the business. So no loitering, no parking issues, no underage sales to minors. So we haven't had any concerns or any issues at either location.
Okay.
Thank you, Chris. Can we just let Jim go? Because Eve specifically asked that they both. Jim, could you tell us anything?
Yeah, we were also asked by the municipal attorney to look at the ability of the building to get deliveries. There is a 22-foot loading zone in the front, within about 60 feet of the front door. As far as we know, there's no ability to get deliveries in the rear. I do not have access to floor plans, but there's no door in the rear of this particular part of the building. So we assume that all deliveries are through the front. We have not heard of any concerns from any of the existing retail establishments on Nassau Street, and they do use this loading zone periodically for their own deliveries. And we haven't heard any concerns regarding difficulty to do deliveries from Nassau. And that is the extent of what we were asked to look at.
Thank you, Jim. Michelle.
So, I mean, with all due respect to Chief Morgan, I don't see how it's not relevant in terms of what it's going to be when it becomes a liquor store. I mean, now it's at Princeton Shopping Center. But I don't think that is the primary concern in terms of loitering or criminal acts, but I still don't see how that's connected because it was Landau's before. But more concerning to me would be the delivery aspect, which I had said before, I don't see how that's going to work. And I know that one of the residents has texted me, and I think she wants to speak, that one of the other establishments takes all their deliveries through Dome Alley and around, and it's very distracting, but I'll let her speak to that. So I think that's where I mean, like, I'd like to see more information about how that delivery process would work, because if they're taking it through the alley and it comes all day and they can't fit certain trucks, I think it's going to be very disruptive. And I think that's a real big concern, more so than the safety aspects of loitering or safety aspects of that. I think it's more in terms of, parking and getting in and out. This is a transactional business. We've already got issues there. And I'm really concerned about big trucks parked there and then people trying to turn onto Witherspoon, which is one way or closed for pedestrians. And I just, it's going to really be competitive in terms of traffic. So thank you. Those are my issues. I guess we're not going to table it. We're going to keep going.
Well, we've got 3 members of the public that have their hands up, and I think in all due respect to them, because their hands have been up for quite a while, we should at least let them comment.
Thank you.
Adam, can you bring in, I think Elliot is first.
Yes, Mayor, bringing him over now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Elliot Peters, 8-10 Witherspoon Street. I live in town. I live in close proximity to 102 Nassau. And I've got what I hope will be a helpful comment regarding the Princeton Shopping Center, where this applicant's coming from, only because I'm in the market for a space for my business. And I was told by representatives from Eden that the applicant is exiting the space because they're 8 months delinquent on rent. So that was my opportunity to consider that space. I will also share that living just adjacent to the 102 Nassau Street, I'm very concerned as a resident as to what happens both on Nassau and in the parking and loading areas behind the buildings. And I can tell you, there is no place for deliveries to occur, trucks to pull in and out back there. It's just congested all the time. And you know, as a resident in town there, we have liquor stores. I can't imagine how having yet another liquor store is not going to have these negative impacts. You know, why not 2 or 3 more liquor stores? It just seems inconsistent with what we want as a town for the central business district. And I remain concerned about the impacts that were raised tonight. And I just wanted to share that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Adam, can we bring Lisa in, please?
Yes, bringing her over now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Lisa.
Okay, I just am spontaneously making a comment here because I was here anyway, and I'm just interested in this because I just wanted to say I'm a longtime shopper at Claridge's in the shopping center. And I think it's a very well-run store, and that they carry kinds of organic wine and gluten-free beer and weird things that I can't find in other places. So I value their store quite a bit. And I also wanted to say just to a couple of the questions people were saying, people kept repeating, why move, why move? Well, I think it seems like McCaffrey's, you know, starting to sell liquor is why move, because that has made it hard for them to keep the clientele that comes to the shopping center, I guess. So I'm just suggesting that. And in terms of people saying all this traffic, it seems like in the illustration that was presented, the traffic, the deliveries were not that often. And so if most of them are going to be in the smaller vehicle, and there's only going to be 1 truck delivery a week, I feel like it's a stretch that people are objecting. And I wonder if it's just because they really don't want a liquor store in that space. And I feel like that is a different question. I mean, some people like to browse, you know, jewelry, and some people like to browse wines. And I feel like that's, you know, there's, in terms of, you know, whether there's widespread support for another liquor store there or not, I'm just wondering if even people have heard about it. Like I shop at Claridge's. I didn't know that they were thinking of moving, and I would have expressed support had I known that. Even though I like being able to park at the shopping center, I still think I want them to continue existing because they really are a good store, and I think the people there all seem great. And so I just wanted to, I guess, basically express support, say I understand why they would feel like they need to move. They were great during the pandemic. They had curbside service and were wonderful about it. And I mean, not that the pandemic's over, but when things were at their worst, they were very good about accommodating people who didn't want to go in. And anyway, I always had a very good experience with them. And I feel like I didn't hear anything that made it sound like they shouldn't be there, especially since the only other thing I can think of is that their wine seems to be a lot cheaper than the other wines that are available there and on Witherspoon. And, you know, maybe that will be not good for the businesses there, but if that's not an issue, then I think I can't see anything wrong with them moving there. And I think they're a very good business. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Adam, could you bring Mimi in?
Yes, bringing in Mimi.
Okay. Y'all, I'm sorry, I wouldn't have done this unless I thought it was worth it. Mr. Purcell mentioned that there's not a backdoor access. I really do live on top of this one, right? So there's no backdoor access to get into this building. When Mr. Landau, when Henry and Robert were there, when they did their big deliveries, you know, they understood that area, especially when Dome Alley, which they wanted there, you know, they get it done super early in the morning. So imagine these dollies going in at 7 and 7:30 in the morning. They'd go through the front of their store. They'd get all their sweaters and stuff in there. I liked the presentation of the attorney saying where the trash was going to be. I know exactly where those 2 garages are. Makes total sense. I was nervous, earlier comments before he presented. There's no dumpster. It sounds like they've got a way to do it with those sheds. What I'm trying to say is that this whole thing of having the little van in the back, because they're trying to kind of say either trying to make everybody, the big stuff is going to be on the street. It won't be a big deal. The little stuff's going to be in the back. The problem is that you're going to have those, whatever, the things that carry big cases going up through your little urban park that you've created. So whether if you decide, hey, this is going to happen, no problem. If they could get with some of us about how we deal with running company and other people that need to use that space too in the same way, I'm just hoping that we can have a way to work together, because if you're creating a thoroughfare that's going to be back to back to back of just those dollies going up and down, you're going to wreck the urban space you've created there. Whether it's a safety issue or not is up to you guys. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mimi.
Any other council comments? Leticia.
I guess just one last comment. I really, whatever decision we make, I'm hoping that we make it based on facts, and the facts that we are allowed to consider. I think it's unfortunate some of the comments that were made, whether intentionally or not, what the standing of this applicants in relation to something that's not, if this were a court of law, which is not, it would be inadmissible. And so it's just unfortunate for me now that has been out there, has been made public, and whether it's true or not, we don't know. But it's just, I just feel that that's unfortunate. And that's the only comment that I wanted to make on that.
Okay. Seeing how long we've talked about this, and we've pretty much, I think, exhausted pros and cons, are we able to vote on this tonight or not? Right, I believe we have
You want to do a roll call vote?
Yeah, sure.
You
Why
can.
not? Okay, let's do that.
Okay. Ms. Perrone-Lampros?
I'm sorry, Dolores, can I just interrupt for a second?
Sure.
I'm ready to vote tonight, but
Yes.
I did get the sense that some people wanted to delay. Is that?
But we have a motion on the floor.
Are we voting about whether we want to vote, or are we actually voting on the store?
That's what I was trying to clarify.
So
Mia.
there's-
Thank you.
We
Motion to pass it.
we made a motion on the resolution before we started the discussion.
Mhm.
So if you can vote no to turn it down, or you could vote no as a way to say, let's bring it back later, but there's a motion on the floor already, or you could vote yes. And
I would distinguish the no's
Well,
though. here.
no, if you vote no on the resolution, you're just voting it down. You're not voting to bring
Yes.
it back.
that's
Right.
true. I'm sorry.
That's why I
Thank you.
wanted to know.
So I
whether-
think really first is, does the council want to continue the hearing? Does it want to wait until the next meeting before taking a vote on the motion that's on the floor in order to get more information? I will say this,
Yeah.
if everyone on the council feels like they have the information they need to make a decision tonight, whichever way that decision is going, that's great. But if there are any of you who feel like you're not prepared to vote because you have unanswered questions, or you want to, find out more, then I would encourage you to hold off, because, I don't like it when people vote because they just don't have what they need to make a decision.
How do we do that?
You guys
procedurally?
need to be comfortable that you have everything that you need in order to decide which way to go.
Yeah.
So we could just say, though, there's a difference between,
On the floor.
there's a difference between not having what you need and not liking what you've heard.
Yeah.
All right, there's a big difference. I'm sorry, Dwayne, go ahead.
Oh, no problem. I'm just wondering, Trishka, how do we procedurally do the latter if we wanted to hold off, since there's a motion on the floor right now?
Well, I mean, I think any of you could move to continue the hearing until your November 8th meeting, identify what it is that you'd like to, know more about it. You're at the meeting, and you're not prepared to vote this evening.
You can make a motion to table, because a motion to table takes precedent over the prior motion. And then everybody can vote yes or no on the motion to table. If it passes, then it's tabled. If it doesn't pass, then we would vote on the original motion.
I make a motion to table. I want to hear from some of the local business owners and property owners, like more factually what their issues are with the liquor store coming.
Okay,
So that's my
I will
motion.
second.
thank you. It's been seconded. Okay, so Dolores, let's just do a roll call. I don't want to leave this up to explanation. I mean, to just, anyway, do a voice
So
vote.
this is for the table vote.
This is for the table.
Correct.
Ms. Perone Lambros,
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang,
No.
Mr. Cohen,
No.
Ms. Fraga,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Sachs.
Yes.
It's
Okay.
tabled.
Motion passes. The item is tabled and we're moving on to the next item.
And will this be taken up then? This will be taken up again at your meeting on November 8th, correct?
It would have to be.
Yeah,
Just
we've
just
got
for
no
the
choice.
benefit of the public, for anybody else who is here, just so there's no confusion. This
Thank
will
you.
be continued on November 8th.
Correct. Okay, so now we're moving on. There's no more topic, no more discussion on this topic once it's tabled.
Yeah.
Okay, 21,332, resolution authorizing a payment in the amount of $21,053 for outstanding traffic engineering services fees to Brightview Engineering LLC for preliminary design of a traffic signal replacement at the Mount Lucas Road / Valley Road / Witherspoon Street intersection. Is there a motion on that resolution?
Yeah.
Thank you, Eve. Was that, okay, second, Michelle. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. 21,333, resolution authorizing a professional services agreement with NV5 Inc. in the not to exceed amount of $149,779.14 for engineering services related to Tropical Storm Ida emergency infrastructure repairs. Is there, David, thank you. Is there, Leticia's got the second. Any questions on that? Eve?
Are these reimbursable expenses or? You're muted or you're still can't hear you, Deanna.
How about now?
There we go.
Perfect.
Okay, double muted. We expect that we can submit them to FEMA for reimbursement. I don't know that they reimburse for the entire amount. But
75%, I believe.
that's correct, right? So yes.
Okay.
Any
Thank you.
other, yep. Any other questions on the motion? All right. If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. 21,334, resolution authorizing the award of a contract to National Auto Fleet Group via the Sourcewell contract for the purchase of one 2022 Ford F-150 pickup truck for sewer department manager in the amount of $47,985.04. Is there a motion? Michelle, that was you're moving that, Michelle? Sorry, I was just making sure. Is there a second? Okay, Eve has the second. Questions on the motion? Okay, no question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, wait a minute. Did everybody say aye? It was kind of hard to catch what people did.
Aye.
Aye.
There wasn't a lot of enthusiasm there, but
No,
I think
okay. No, I got that. So I just wanted to make sure we got it right. So there
Very
was all,
expensive Ford F-150, I gotta say.
yeah. Okay, 21,335, resolution authorizing the award of a contract to National Auto Fleet Group via the Sourcewell contract for the purchase of one 2022 Ford dump truck with crane for sewer department in the amount of $94,647.52. David's got the motion. Eve's got the second. Any questions on the motion? All in favor?
It's a
please.
great deal on a dump truck.
Thank you for the commentary, David.
Yeah, really. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 21,336. Resolution awarding professional services agreement to Clark Clayton Heights for affordable housing planning services for 2021, not to exceed amount of $27,000, $27,500. Is there a motion on that? Thank you, David. Is there a second? Amia has the second. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay. 21337, resolution authorizing contract with CSAV Systems LLC for AV upgrades in the municipal courtroom not to exceed $39,809.28. Is there a motion? Leticia, thank you. Dwayne's got the second. Questions on the motion? Eve?
Bernie or somebody, could you just, is this just replaces the AV equipment? Does this have any hybrid capacities or?
So it replaces a lot of what is there. It's audio and video. It's going to be microphones, recording devices, sound amplification, cameras. If your concern is kind of hybrid, when we come back, I've met with Phil this week and we're talking about that. So to the extent this doesn't cover that, because this is just mostly what the court needs, although a lot of it will spill over to council meetings, we are addressing that other side of it with our new IT director.
Okay, so this doesn't preclude adding other things on.
It does
the-
not, no.
the hybrid, okay.
And this
thank
is being paid for out of a trust fund for late paid traffic tickets.
you. Excellent.
There you go. Okay, any other questions?
We have many such trust funds.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, let's see here. 21338, resolution of the mayor and council of Princeton authorizing the release of the performance guarantee for the project known as Shabbat Lubavitch of Mercer County, 645 State Road. Is there a motion?
I have to recuse from this one.
Okay, so noted. I'm sorry, Eve's got the motion. Thank you. Is there a second? Michelle, I think was a little quicker than Dwayne on that one. Okay, any questions on the motion?
No.
All those in favor, except David who's abstaining, so please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's everybody else. All right, next up is there's 3 items on the consent agenda: paying bills, Pretty Brook Pump Station work, and remember someone joining the fire department. Someone want to, Leticia, thank you. Is there a second on the consent agenda? Eve was quickest. Thank you very much. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Consent agenda is approved. Anyone named David want to make a motion?
I move we have a sleepover.
There we go.
Is this a
We are
record?
having it. Yeah.
Council, 12:30?
Not a record.
I move that we adjourn.
This council, not a record?
Second.
I second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay,
Aye,
thank
and
you.
good night, everyone.
Thank you all.
Good night.
Good night.